Good morning. This is Karen Mogus, the co-chair of the Monitoring Council representing CalEPA, and welcome to the November 2018 Monitoring Council meeting. I think we officially have a quorum here in the room. Why don't we go around the room and introduce ourselves, and then we'll go over the logistics. Oh, go ahead.
Just before we get started, Karen, just want to let you know that the meeting is being recorded. For those on the phone, please mute your lines until ready to speak, and don't place us on hold. For those of you in the room, please speak clearly into the microphone so we can capture everything you're saying. If you're in the audience, there are microphones kind of strategically placed. Go ahead and pick it up. They're wireless, and use those while you're speaking as well and interacting so we can capture that. Green is on, red is off. Make sure it's green before you start talking.
All right, thanks. So I already introduced myself, so why don't we go around the room and then we'll catch the people who are on the phone.
Great. Good morning. This is Taryn Ravazzini, co-chair for the Natural Resources Agency.
Bill Markle with LA County Sanitation, representing the regulated community POTWs.
Steve Weisberg with the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project Authority, representing the scientific community.
Nick Martirano, Director for the Water Quality Monitoring Council.
Chris Jones, Assistant Director for the Monitoring Council.
Helen, Fitanides, the Watershed Project, and alternate for the member representing Citizen Monitoring Group.
And this is Terry, trying not to get stuck on the phone.
Who is that? I'm sorry, we couldn't. Oh, Terry Fleming.
Terry Fleming.
Good morning.
Good morning, Terry.
Becky Santanowiha.
Erin Rohde, fellow with Department of Water Resources.
Karen Gertz, Department of Water Resources.
Betsy Lichty, Water Board, Division of Drinking Water.
Karen Black, Division of Water Quality, State Water Board.
Thanks, Chris. And for those of you on the phone.
Eric First, Clean Water Team.
Hi, this is Susie from Squirt.
Hi, Susie.
And hi, this is Nazar from here, California, Central California, all as Eins and Ansela. Thank you.
Anyone else on the line?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go over the agenda. We're going to start off with some housekeeping. We've already done introductions. We'll review the agenda, which I'll do now. Our second item will be a public forum for anyone to bring up any items before the council that aren't already on the agenda. Then we have an item for just some updates and announcements. And then we're going to move on to the Monitoring Council membership and leadership that Taryn and I will lead the discussion of. And then we'll give an update on the subcommittees that have been working on various aspects of the 5 focus areas that we've identified for the strategy. And then we'll break for lunch. And after lunch, we'll come back with work group updates and a discussion of the strategic impacts on the work group charge, followed by meeting dates for 2019 and the next meeting agenda. I did want to make a suggestion, if it is at all possible, to move up the discussion of item number 7. I don't know if it makes sense or if the work group leads are locked into their time frame for their updates. But we have at least one council member who has some time constraints but would like to be in on that conversation.
We can certainly try and see what kind of participation we get after lunch. Obviously, some of them are in the room, and Susie's on the line, so it's the availability of at least some will be there after lunch, and hopefully, because they're going to give an update, they'll be there to participate in item 7. We can switch items 6 and 7.
Yeah, so obviously having the working groups in on that discussion is of value. So whether we have their updates first or the strategic connection to the council.
The only person that wouldn't be able to participate would be Dan Schultz from the Environmental Flows Work Group, because he's kind of locked into a 3 o'clock appointment.
Okay. Well,
Karen, this is Bruce Houdesheldt. I just wanted to let you know I was on the phone.
oh, good morning, Bruce.
Step in the meeting.
All right.
I did not receive any comments on the draft action items from September 5th, so if you want to move to finalize those, you can.
All right. So any other comments on the notes / action items decisions from the previous monitoring council meeting? All right.
Hi. Yes, this is from public regarding the September 5th. Here, this is Nazar from OLS IEIO. And we had been email our suggestions and recommendation to the council or co-chair. As it says, we would like to see if our previous recommendation will be included and if our presence can be recognized for now or for any future possible more helpful advices. And we're looking forward for your response. Thank you.
So I'm getting some blank faces in the room. Can you clarify, you nominated someone to sit on the council representing what entity? I'm confused.
To be clear, we did send a recommendation from previous meeting. The notes and all recommendation was sent by the email, and we would like to know if our recommendation was approved or will be reviewed for this or for the next time. We would like to know if our effort in the previous times was helpful for the committee. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. What was your recommendation? I apologize. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Yes, the recommendation was sent by the email. I would like to repeat one more time. Thank you.
No, I understand that you sent it by email. Can you summarize your recommendation that you made? Because in the room, I'm not seeing that there's recognition that anyone received your recommendation, so maybe you will need to send it again. Who did you send it to?
Hi, yes, my name is Nazar, and I've been giving recommendations already for 3 years in person in the water board meetings. I'm sure you remember I've been attending in person a quality monitoring council meeting in 2016, and since 2016 we presented over numerous times. So we would like to know if our name or our presence can be recognized and in what form. Thank you.
So please do send your contact information to Nick Martirano, and we'll follow up with you. I apologize. I'm not sure.
Yes, how I said, I've been present personally many times, and we would like to know if our presence is helpful for the future or in the previous recommendation as well. So thank you so much. We will forward one more time the review and our experience. Thank you.
Okay, that sounds good. We'll follow up with you. Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the action items and decisions?
Motion to approve.
Steve Weisberg, I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? All right. Motion carries. Thank you. So I already reviewed the agenda for the day. We'll move on to the public forum. Is there anyone from the public, either here in the room or on the phone, that would like to make some comments on any items that aren't already on today's agenda? Seeing none in the room and hearing no one on the phone, we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is announcements and updates. And so we've got our standing item, which is the monitoring council member updates. This is your opportunity to tell us about all of the good discipling you've been doing for the council since the last meeting. So does anyone have anything to report?
I can report from the POTW community, excuse me, that it's a regular agenda item on the CASA meetings, monthly meetings, and we have been communicating, and in fact, quite a few CASA members who have some technical expertise have signed on and are involved in the various work groups. I don't have the list, but I think we've got at least 4 or 5 of the different work groups covered with representatives and expertise from the POTW. My update.
Any others?
Hi, yes, here's another recommendation regarding current conditions on how a quality and quantity of water source can be saved and what ways the practice right now, public or governmental local counties are implementing to the current conditions. We have a question to the counties and to the governmental body of a water board.
Are you trying to go back to the public forum and ask a question of the council?
Well, we have on the current agenda meeting, we have a question regarding current conditions as is there any
current conditions of what?
As everything is changing and everything needs to be updated, so we would like to know what updates been done by the conditions are changing.
So we have a number of updates from our working groups, and you mentioned supply and quality as one that is of interest to you. You may be interested in the update of our environmental flows work group that occurs this afternoon. So I encourage you to continue to listen in. Any other updates from council members? All right, Nick, National Council update.
Great. So in the first week of November, I attended my first in-person meeting of the National Council in Boise, Idaho. It's a great group of people. There's about 30 to 40 people that are on that council. The focus of that meeting was purely planning for the national conference, which is next March in Denver, the 25th to 29th. They are facing very similar issues to what our state council is facing regarding and trying to get more non-agency participation and data submissions to the National Water Quality Portal. They're all also looking for new interesting webinars and articles for their newsletters. So I'm working with their communications group to provide them California-specific information. It was also really valuable to see how much work goes into the planning of that council, the annual conference meeting. We spent a week just trying to go through abstracts, and we have it's going to be a great event, and they're really looking forward to it. And I've been joining most of their work groups to, give them information from our perspective, but also to glean information for them on a national perspective. So they should be releasing a new biannual newsletter soon, and if there are any council members or work group members that would like some more national focus, they can work with me to provide that information to the National Council. I've already contacted the wetland work group, who has shown interest in wanting to publicize their tools that they've developed as part of their work group, and they're going to be developing something for a future newsletter and webinar. But it's certainly open to any of the other work groups as well. Any questions on the National Council?
Thanks, Nick. I think that sounds very exciting, actually. I'm glad that you got a chance to meet folks. So this is, for those on the phone, this is Taryn Ravazzini. Just related to the newsletter, you were mentioning that we'll hopefully start to get that. Is that something that we want to provide a link then to on our website for folks as well, for the public? Is that of interest? I mean, once we look at the content of that newsletter, maybe that's something we'll want to consider providing an opportunity to share.
There's no reason why we couldn't link to the National Council itself and provide updates as they come out. It was usually one in spring and one in fall, or one winter. So we can certainly work on that. Okay, on to AB 1755. There is an internal state agency staff orientation coming up next week on December 3rd and 4th, and it's really designed to describe the AB 1755 effort and what agency staff can expect in the future as the strategic plan is implemented. I will be participating both on December 3rd and December 4th to represent the council, specifically kind of describing the differences and overlap between the two legislative efforts, AB 1755 and SB 1070, and how the council fills key aspects of the data lifecycle that AB 1755 supports, but is not charged with implementing. So they've also convened a Water Data Advisory Council consisting of high-ranking representatives across sectors with the goal of creating recommendations for the development of a consortium to implement AB 1755. Co-chair Karen Mogus is also on that council representing the Water Quality Monitoring Council as that moves forward. And so we will see how the orientation goes next Monday and Tuesday. But other than that, that's where we stand. We're kind of spreading the word to agency staff to get them on board and oriented to what the legislative effort is about. Any questions?
Yeah, Nick, the 1755 group was really organized around planning how they would go about doing this and not really charged with or funded to implement. Where are they at in that transition from planning to implementation?
Right, so they are still developing the implementation plan. They've had difficulties because of that funding piece. It's not guaranteed to continue. So they are working with establishing protocols for, developing a federated platform and interoperability standards. So they're moving forward with that effort, mostly they being DWR, who got the bulk of the funding to do that work. And from the other partner agency teams, excluding the council because we are not a data producer per se, but the water boards are moving forward with a open data transparency resolution, which will fulfill their, piece of what's required in AB 1755 by, we're doing an inventory of our water systems and then making them, working to make them all publicly available via the open data portal, a California open data portal. And then likewise, the CNRA agencies, the Natural Resources Agency, is focusing on getting their council or their departments to publish their data on their platform, their new platform. And then, what AB 1755 is supposed to develop a new kind of overarching platform where both of those can be utilized. And then the next step would be to work with the federal government. But right now, they're just really establishing those protocols.
And I'll just add, one of the things at the consortium or council meeting that they hosted a couple of weeks ago that they had mentioned, which I hadn't heard of, but they have a funding roundtable or funders roundtable that from the way that they described it, it sounds like they're seeking external non-state funds from partners to help to fund certain portions of the effort, but they didn't really go into too much details on that. I don't know if you have, maybe Greg has more information, but that was the first time I had heard of that.
Yeah, so to tie all those pieces together, one of the goals of convening an advisory council that would then build a consortium was to sort of handle the sustainable funding component of this. Those of you who don't know, one of the features of the statute was it created a fund, and it's colloquially called the bake sale fund, I think. But the idea is that if we can attract people to put money into that fund, there would be a way to authorize expenditures out of that fund on projects. And that's sort of built into the mechanism, but the state component has only been sort of like temporary, like 1 year at a time, 1 year a little bit here and there. So the goal of that consortium conceptual model is that it would establish a sort of a third part to this, so that we've got the external stakeholders that are advocates for the legislation, as well as advocates for water data to be open and transparent, to have a say in sort of like deciding not only what kinds of activities are focused on for releasing water data, but building that sustainable funding component too. In other words, maybe there's philanthropic groups, maybe there's private entities, other people that would sort of target money in for a particular project. So that's part of that whole consortium vehicle that they're building, is the vision of funding. Thanks.
Nick, you're also in the process of, we are collectively in the process of updating our overall strategy. Is that the next agenda item, with the, the specific focus areas?
Correct.
Okay. As it relates to this, okay.
I'll make if there's any more comments on AB 7255. If not, I'll make some other updates. On November 16th, I attended an inaugural trash data dive / hackathon that was hosted by SFEI as well as SQUIRP and the Office of Information Management and Analysis at State Water Board. The meeting was really well attended, a lot of energy and a lot of interest around answering specific management questions around trash, specifically in our waterways and in our ecosystems. And while we had some great cohesive partnerships in that room, it wasn't necessarily answering the questions we were after. I saw a lot of energy and potential to leverage that and create possibly a trash monitoring work group for the council. I saw a presentation that's being worked on by Shelley Moore at SQUIRP and Tony Hale at SFEI that's being funded by the Ocean Protection Council to look at trash monitoring methods and looking at ways to characterize trash in a consistent way, which is right in our wheelhouse. So I reached out after that meeting, and actually during that meeting, and then followed up after that meeting to try to convene a trash monitoring work group. I received responses from about 13 people across sectors, including from NOAA, from Caltrans, Shelley Moore, and provided interest in possibly leading that group, as well as some members at UC Riverside in Wynn Calgar, and also we had Holly Wire from the Ocean Protection Council. So it could be a really good opportunity to coordinate with the Ocean Protection Council, as well as develop new methods for trash comparability, which is something that we really need.
So if I can comment on that, I think that's a great direction, Nick. I think that for several reasons. First off, there were two pieces of legislation that passed, about a month ago. One that required the Ocean Protection Council to develop an ocean litter strategy, of which monitoring methods, how you're going to standardize monitoring methods and interpretation of the methods was one. In addition, there was a bill that passed to require the State Water Board to develop methodologies for looking at microplastics in drinking water. I think that while those are two very different, essentially, environments, the drinking water environment and the ocean environment, developing standardization in how the monitoring is done across those different environments, I think would be of a lot of value, because in the end, a lot of the things you want to do is look at how plastic enters the system, and essentially kind of apportion how it flows through a system, how it gets into drinking water, if it gets there. So having methodologies that are held in common, so you've got apples and apples when you're kind of trying to do a mass balance, would be very valuable. And a group would be an appropriate group to take.
Great. I'm glad to hear that. And if the council at large feels that way, I'll continue to pursue that and hopefully have an update at the next meeting in 2019. I've got a lot of energy now, so I'll keep pushing for it.
I just want to recognize, hi, I'm Greg Gearheart, the Director of OEMA at the Water Board. I just want to recognize the leadership that Nick and Nikki, our Sea Grant fellow, did to sort of make that whole thing happen. And he didn't mention that one of the big participant groups there was the NGO community. So Literati, Five Gyres, Surfrider, Keep America Beautiful ex-director for is now with the Valley Foothills Watershed Coalition. So there was just an amazing amount of experience on the topic of trash, litter, and marine debris, as well as an energy to move forward. The part he sort of glossed over, the part that we were hoping for was a hackathon, a data science or a data product kind of an outcome at the end of the day. But it's really hard to do that in one day, and it's even harder to do that when the weighting of the participants was mostly 80%, I would say, were trash experts of some sort or advocates of better trash knowledge, but they weren't in that data hacking, coding kind of skill set. So the big lesson learned was we got 82 people there, and of that, I'd say 65 made it to the 5 o'clock on a Friday in the Bay Area in Richmond. So, I mean, that is a performance measure alone, but it was really due to all the organization and leadership that went into it. And the energy coming out of it, there's already, one of the teams was Department of Public Health has a tobacco control program that wants to be able to quantify tobacco-related waste. They even have a regulatory maybe incentive to provide funding back to municipalities that can demonstrate how much tobacco-related waste they pull out of their waste stream, so to speak. And so they partnered with Caltrans, and they worked on a concept to do a better machine learning approach to identify tobacco product waste. And that project is moving forward, as well as the idea of convening a work group here. So there's a lot of great energy there, and I'm really excited that you guys are supportive of it. So thanks.
Thanks, Craig, for the much better summary. That's it for my updates.
All right. Does anyone else have any announcements or updates they'd like to make before we move on? All right. The next agenda item. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, we would like to suggest to present data in more clear way. We don't want to be confused for you, and we strive for the transparency and for the clarity. So I just would like to clarify a little bit, like regarding item number 3, AB 1755 is under review right now, and we are looking forward to present for you more comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's also a number of venues. I don't know how many of them are open to the public for AB 1755. Maybe you could speak to that, Taryn?
Actually, I would think that a member of the current agency.
Yeah, the current orientations next week are internal agency staff focused, but Chris McCready at the Department of Water Resources, who, along with her boss Camiar Gavechi, are planning several meetings throughout the state in the upcoming 2019 campaign to spread the knowledge on what AB 1755 is. That's the Open Data and Transparency Act. And if you need more information, feel free to email me, and I can send you the link to the strategic documents and everything else that the AB 1755 partner agency team has put together thus far.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt. Is there any way to raise the hand to ask a question, because a question arises right away regarding this matter? Is there any, see who recommended or any recommendation was included to this act, AB 1755? We see DODD, the Open and Transparent Water Data Act. We just would like to know, is it any recommendation and who been recommended for this bill? Thank you.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
You might be confused. The bill passed in 2016. It was passed by, at the time, Assembly Member Dodd. He's now Senate Member Bill Dodd. So the bill has been passed, and we're actually implementing the requirements of the bill. There was, so the bill has been passed, so it's actually, we're in the implementation phase of the requirements of implementing what that act requires, which is really specific on requiring state agencies to provide the water and ecosystem data they collect and publish it in a machine-readable format, in an open data format by September 1st, 2019, and then by August 1st, 2020 to also provide access to specific federal data sources that also collect water and ecosystem data. But again, if you need more information on the actual act itself, what the language is and the requirements,
No,
please email me. And
excuse me. The question is by what work groups, who prepared this bill? Is it any public recommendation is included to this bill? We would like to know transparency. We understand the bill was passed and time and place. A question is it any recommendation work groups included and by whom? Thank you.
So, yeah, I think one way to answer your question is to point out that the advisory council that's trying to form a consortium is really doing it for that purpose, so that there is a mechanism for the public entities in California to participate in the conversations about what data becomes more readily available, what kinds of quality concerns there might be about existing data sets, and then gaps, what data is missing, and therefore needs to sort of become made accessible via that act. That act really, what it doesn't really do is identify exactly who has to do what data. So this consortium and council is meant to provide a venue so that people like you could go speak and have your voice heard. The water boards also, as you may know, there's a lot of state agencies involved in that topic, and the water boards also have a public participation process by way of our nature. We have a board and we have public meetings and what have you. And the department is trying to set up, I think, similar analogous mechanisms to provide input. The strategic plan did go out for public review about a year ago. It was open for public comment for a long period of time. And then it's not a closed document, it's a living document. So I suppose if people had comments, they could still provide that, as well as on the implementation and moving forward. And then I'll just point out that one of the things that the council, I don't want to steal any thunder if it's on the agenda, but the Safe to Swim portal is coming live on our My Water Quality website, which is an example of that actually harvests data in that map. That data visualization is harvesting data from the open data platform that's created by the AB 1755 legislation. So it's one of our first examples of that full life cycle of data goes into a database, comes out, and shows up on a map.
Okay. That's okay. Thank you. That's helpful. So are we ready to move on to the next agenda item, Nick? Okay. Let's move on to agenda item 4. I'll tee it up briefly. As you know, we as a council have been wrestling with our direction and our place in the data world since AB 1755 was approved. Is that the word I'm looking for? Probably not. But anyway, you know what I mean. And starting to be implemented. And so we've done a lot of work over the last couple of years or so, really mostly in the last year, to focus our efforts in the context of AB 1755. And that has raised some really good conversations among us about our strategic direction and updating the strategy, as well as the constitution of the council and what the best mix of council members should be in order for us to achieve those goals in the focus areas we've chosen, and to best coordinate with the Resources Agency and DWR on their efforts under AB 1755. That has also raised up the conversation to our agency secretary levels and has had fruitful conversations and good attention paid to what we're doing, so that's very positive, and some direction that we wanted to use this time of the agenda to update you on and let you know what's going on and get some input from you all. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Taryn to make some remarks, and then I'll come back with some remarks from the CalEPA perspective.
Thank you, Karen. So good morning, everyone. I appreciate us being able to have this conversation. I have enjoyed being a member of the Water Quality Monitoring Council during the time of strategic discussions over the last year and a half or so. What I'm going to do today is actually read some prepared remarks in order to make sure that my message is clear, particularly for those on the phone and knowing that it's also being recorded. So since the Monitoring Council's inception, the Natural Resources Agency has been committed to supporting the Council's mission of improved coordination of monitoring efforts related to water quality and ecosystem health. The Monitoring Council has served as a great example of what can be accomplished through partnership and working towards shared goals. The Council has made great progress on multiple fronts. Several of its work groups have developed coordinated methods and tools for addressing various water quality and ecosystem-related questions. They have established internet portals which not only seek to make data available to the public and decision makers, but that also help to turn that data into useful information. In addition, the Council work groups and staff have also served as valuable resources for various initiatives such as the Interagency Ecological Program or the Delta Science Program's I Am It, the Interagency Adaptive Management Integration Team, providing much needed guidance and support to agency scientists regarding how they can more effectively manage their data. The authors of SB 1070 set expectations of a 10-year time horizon for implementing the Council's comprehensive monitoring program strategy, and the Resources Agency is very proud to have played a part in working towards these worthwhile goals. As we've discussed on numerous occasions, the recent passage of AB 1755 now presents new opportunities and challenges for the state as we work towards open and transparent data. AB 1755 identifies the Department of Water Resources as the lead for these efforts, and with these new responsibilities, the Resources Agency must now place greater attention towards AB 1755 so that it can establish a strong foundation upon which to build. Given these new responsibilities, I have received direction from the Secretary of Natural Resources that the executive and administrative focus of the Natural Resources Agency will need to be redirected to AB 1755. Moving forward, Resources Agency will no longer serve as a co-chair on the Monitoring Council, and we will be needing to redirect the half-time position that has been supplied by the Department of Water Resources, ultimately dissolving the Assistant Director position by way of the DWR's funding. The Natural Resources Agency does remain committed to the Monitoring Council's mission of improved coordination, and staff from Natural Resources Agency will continue to engage in the Council's efforts as we are committed to the activities of the work groups. However, our administrative focus will now need to be redirected towards supporting AB 1755's implementation. My conversations with Co-Chair Mogus have gone towards ways in which we can ensure a smooth transition, and there are still some things to be worked out. But the Council will no doubt need to regroup to address these changes and thinking about its governance and path forward. Just know that we are dedicated, again, to help with that smooth transition. I recognize that this is a lot of information to take in right now, and I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have. So thank you very much.
Well, before we hand it over to the Council for questions, I just wanted to make a couple of remarks myself. I do want to make sure you all know that CalEPA and the water boards continue to value the work of the Council and see the Council's efforts and the focus areas that we've chosen to focus on as areas that are needed and continue to be needed and are complementary and not in conflict with AB 1755. And in fact, it would behoove us as a council to help make AB 1755 successful, because I think our success rests on theirs as well. We will continue to staff and co-chair the council moving forward, and I've had conversations with our agency undersecretary and have a briefing with our secretary later this month. Oh, we're not in December yet. In December. And have some updates along those lines. We'll continue as the council and the water boards to participate in AB 1755, and again, I think our success is predicated on their success, so we'll continue to do that. I already said that. Along those lines, I think that we would encourage the Resources Agency to assign, or DWR, to assign someone from the management level at DWR that's working on maybe 1755 to be a council member. So we would definitely like to see that, and I think that would solidify the relationship moving forward.
Karen, if I may. So Karen and I have had an opportunity to talk about that, and that is something that I have made a recommendation to the Secretary for Natural Resources and also have informed DWR executive. So again, this redirection is obviously happening right now. So those conversations are imminent, and I will be able to circle back with Karen, and the council will be informed about how we can move forward with such a position.
Great. I also want to let you all know, and I can talk about this in a little more detail when after you have an opportunity to ask questions, I have an opportunity to talk about our council membership. But I have, like I said, a briefing with our agency secretary on December 19th, and we'll be presenting some key appointments to the council that he can make before the end of this administration. So we're not waiting a year to make sure that we have enough council membership slots filled for us to do our work moving forward. So that's positive, and we've had some really good conversations about how we move forward in light of the change in organization that we're facing. So the other issue that I'd like to raise is that, as you know, the MOU now being disbanded, there's also possibly a need to enter into a revised MOU of some kind moving forward once the new administration comes on board. There's a lot of questions that remain as to how we organize ourselves that we can't answer yet, but we'll be working toward, figuring out how that coordination will occur and what vehicle we need to use to continue that coordination.
Right. Thank you. And for the record, what this decision has done based on the relationship having been solidified through the Memorandum of Understanding that was prepared between the two secretaries back with the passage of SB 1070. The MOU with this announcement is ultimately terminated, so it's effectively terminated, so it wouldn't necessarily be a revision. So I think I need to clarify that. What it would be is continued coordination among the agencies at not only the secretary level, but through Karen and I and other communications through the Department of Water Resources in particular, with State Water Resources Control Board, but then also because we are at that stage of a new administration entering the picture, so to speak, that's where determining what types of vehicles would be used to further solidify the path forward that the council under the State Water Resources Control Board's leadership chooses to go. So I think I just needed to, as the attorney in me, needed to kind of clarify some of that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not an attorney, so I say things that don't mean anything all the time. I carry my attorneys along with me. Am I saying the right thing? So thank you for that. So questions? Open it up for discussion. Thoughts? Anything from the group?
Yes, a question right away. Excuse me. Again, I would like to suggest how to raise the hand. We would like to be polite and to be clear and to be on time. But the question right away, we will be more straightforward that we not recognize regarding the recommendation has not been implemented towards public outreach. We would like to remind one more time, as it's not, we don't see any improvements towards how California public can be well informed, can be very well informed about water quality procedure and how to use a CEDN, how to use a data, water data portal. This is very important, even for anyone right now, how to use it. It's not confused, but it needs a little bit more guidance. Thank you so much for your time, and we're looking forward to present more comments.
Thank you for your comments. I would encourage you to touch bases with Nick and so that we can understand your concerns specifically. And I would also encourage you to focus your comments on the item at hand. I think that what you just brought up, CEDN, is a bigger, different topic than what we're talking about now. So any other questions from the council members?
So actually, I have several.
Sure.
Obviously, this is a big change. The first one is a clarification. You said you need to drop off as the co-chair. You didn't say you need to drop off the council. Is the intent to withdraw entirely from the council?
Yes, so the termination of the MOU dissolves ultimately the co-chair position. I would not have a formal role on the council any longer because the requirement, what I've been tasked with now by California Natural Resources Agency, is to redirect executive and administrative resources internally within the Department of Water Resources. However, I will say, Steve, that obviously I have been and had the opportunity, the great opportunity, to be a part of this council and establish professional working relationships with all of you, and in particular with co-chair Mogus. And I'd like to obviously stay, even if it's unofficial, connected to the work that's being done, so I can ensure from my vantage point as a deputy director with the department that we are continuing to support and encourage avenues of coordination.
So I'm glad to hear that. It's disappointing to lose you. You've been great. So
thank you.
It'll be nice to have more. But the second comment/question is you acknowledged in your statement that the work groups are really the core. That's where the work is getting done. I couldn't agree more. But the work groups are many, I'd say even most of them, are ones that require cross-agency participation.
Absolutely.
The one you brought up before, trash, is one example. The genomics one that we created last time, another example. But really, almost every one of them, the wetlands work group, they all require. How, in absence of a leadership person from the Natural Resources Agency, how are we going to ensure the participation of the Natural Resources Agency staff on those kinds of committees?
Well, it's definitely a very reasonable question. In most cases for the original work groups that were enveloped into the Water Quality Monitoring Council, they were in existence and coordination existed. So that is kind of the same framework in which the department and Resources Agency is directing us to continue to support work group level staff engagement. So again, this is really an administrative direction, but it does not diminish the need for the departments under the Resources Agency to fulfill their work and their roles, and that always does incorporate a level of sister agency interaction and coordination. So all of those things are still parts of the Resources Agency departments fulfilling their positions. And so, of course, that is what will be continuing. And there are work groups that are not only kind of the leadership comes from the department or others, and funding comes from the department of others to keep those going. So we're committed on that level to maintain that.
I guess what I'd like to explore, is a way that we can create a more formal mechanism to encourage that.
So then I would definitely recommend that with the Resources Agency, with the State Water Resources Control Board and EPA taking over the leadership role of the council, that be the conversation that you have in terms of that direction and those concerns, and then we can have, outside of what was the existing MOU, we can have further conversations with the new administration as well. I'm the bearer of bad news, unfortunately. I'm the messenger here, so I definitely know where you're going, but I also have to kind of stick with the direction that I've been given. It is not pulling out in terms of the types of staff level coordination that are going on, because again, that is something that will continue to be supported. And it's not that we are not supporting coordination from a leadership role. What is the focus is that AB 1755, which essentially came about 10 years after the Water Quality Monitoring Council, which we know fits within that larger cycle of kind of data and processing. We need to create a strong foundation that enables better connection to the Water Quality Monitoring Council, and that is requiring, just based on the bandwidth that we currently have at Resources Agency and the department, that's where we need to focus some time and energy. But the responsibility in that role is also to ensure that we're covering all of the other entities that are connected at that level. So this is resources agency decision for redirecting management.
If it's okay, I have a third one, which would...
Hi, Karen Gertz, DWR. Steve, I just want to directly say that the majority of the staff in the work groups from DWR's perspective work in my unit, and we are fully committed to continuing that. We have a co-chair of the estuary portal. She will continue to do that. All of the staff who are providing content and working will continue to move forward. Just a little bit of reassurance.
And if I may also, because in terms of, talking with Karen about having to make this announcement and definitely knowing that it's not easy to digest information like this, we have been very proud of the work that we have done with the council. And so I think as we're moving forward, I know that with Karen, with Chris, and myself, we are dedicated to make sure that there are things that continue all of that important work in light of the new direction.
And I'll just have one thing to add. Sorry, Steve. I think with the work groups as well, a lot of it is still the outreach and, reaching out to the different groups as new groups form, as, we're wanting to expand the groups, to expand partnerships. So I think some of it also is just going to be, to continue to do the same outreach. And now we have the relationships with the council where we can, be points of contact to try to help make those connections as well. But I think, that's also something that will continue.
I can see that, although since you all are reinforcing this, I'll push back and say, well, I think it can happen, and I hope it does happen.
Sure.
When the agency secretary says, this is not important enough that I should disband the MOU, it does lessen the motivation of people who work under the secretary. So I think we should endeavor to find ways to formalize the desire.
And I definitely recognize the value of having the secretary make those kinds of statements that help move people along, and I understand that that definitely was the purpose of having the council designed in the first place. Because there has been, this is my observation, just with AB 1755 being developed, with the council engaging in that development to ensure that it was recognized in the legislation as a partner agency, for example, there have been a lot of things that have come online about data, and that's why 1755 was crafted the way that it was crafted, because it is its own behemoth. And I think in light of that, that's why we need to, as resources agency, ultimately, I've used the word ultimately a lot, sorry, I hate when I do. I must have woke up on the ultimately side of the bed. Resources agency and the Department of Water Resources with that responsibility definitely have to look internally right now to ensure that it is built in that way that allows for the space of entities like the council to have those stronger voices. And because we have and do have a lot of responsibilities, as you know, going on, this is why the management administrative decision was made. If there can be a focus over the next several years, although I haven't been given a timeline, but that the redirection is because this immediate time is viewed as valuable. It does not lessen the significance of coordination, but I think they're tasking us with finding a different path for connecting back to the council.
Which actually then provides a great lead into it. The third thing I wanted to suggest is that I think you all both reinforced the connection between the council and the 1755 planning. So I want to reinforce that further. Just speaking from my perspective, I see that neither group can be successful without each other. I don't feel like the council has the resources, even the technical resources, to build the kind of data availability infrastructure that the 1755 folks want to build and have the capability to build. So our linking in the kinds of monitoring activities that we are helping to coordinate into that system will be to everyone's advantage. In contrast, I see the 1755 planning process as having two challenges. Challenge number one is it is focused very much on getting data into the system and has spent less time and has, again, less in the way of knowledge, technical knowledge necessary to ensure data quality. When I say data quality, I don't mean necessarily the quality of the data itself as much as I mean the comparability of data sets across different groups, collected potentially in different ways or collected even with different data quality standards because they have different purposes. I think the expertise that resides within the council and particularly within the council work group is essential if you're going to build an effective 1755 portal. I think the other, I guess I'll call it, I'm hesitant to call it a shortcoming. I'll call it a focus. The focus so far of 1755 has been more on water supply. There are tiny little pieces that go to water quality. But again, it's really where it's coming from, and I think this is, and maybe that's a great starting point. But I see the council as a group that can help flesh out, as the 1755 folks are ready to move to a larger portfolio. So that seems to be entirely consistent with what you and Karen were saying, but I think all it does is reinforce the need for a very well, without the MOU, without your official participation in the council, it does require, in my opinion, it requires a formal relationship between the council and the 1755 folks.
Which I think is where we came up with this, prospective council member to be an AB 1755 representative, so a much more engaged, probably substantive contribution on AB 1755 can be provided. And so that's where I have expressed to Karen my commitment to be working on that, so we can, as long as that becomes something that the council chooses that it wants to do, that's the recommendation that we currently have on the table.
So taking my long soliloquy and turning it into a short answer, that's exactly where I'm going. I think there is, on the 1755 side of the House, because the council is called out in the legislation, and I think, Greg, you and attending those meetings, there's already that mechanism. What's that? Okay, just a few. I think we need to do the same thing on the council side. I couldn't agree more that in your absence, we need a 1755 representative, at a very high level 1755 representative, to serve on the council. So I don't know whether you need a formal motion to make that happen, but again, this may go to how we even structure ourselves at all, but I would strongly endorse that.
On an MOU, we can do whatever we want. A little tongue-in-cheek, but the statute leaves it quite open as to who the council membership should be. And so I think that we do have some flexibility in identifying who the council members ought to be. Any other questions from other council members? Yeah, go ahead, Greg.
So real quick kind of quick observational moment. I'm involved in the AB 1755 partner agency teams since the inception of the project. And I've also been pretty involved in the council. And there are some distinct differences in the statute that should be noted, and I think that's part of what's happening as you're watching the statute differences kind of try to coordinate a little bit better. And for example, the 1070 statute requires that the two agency secretaries enter into an MOU that establishes and administers or sets forth principles to go forth, and then it puts the state board in charge of administering. The 1755 legislation does not require an MOU between agency secretary levels. It puts the burden of administration on the Department of Water Resources. With that in mind, we have formed what I would consider a model partner agency team that does not require agency secretaries to give permission for state agencies to coordinate and collaborate, but instead it's been an organic product that all of the members have brought energy, positive energy, and talked through the issues and figured out a way to move forward. And it still has a department in lead. I'll be honest, it feels like in sometimes the water board has to sit and wait to decide or to hear what the department is going to do on something before we can move forward, which creates sort of that same opposite tension of what you're seeing play out here. So I think there is a path forward to sort of coordinate the two efforts better. They're very, very much related. If you read the legislation with those eyes in mind, they're kind of like partners that way. So I really do hope that we do what Steve talks about. I don't know if a formal mechanism is needed, because I would say then a formal mechanism on the 7055 side is needed. We need to have some MOU maybe that establishes how we're going to work together. And then you've got MOUs going all around the place with the Delta Stewardship Council, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and all sorts of other entities that are involved. So I don't know if that's just an observation. I'm not opining on behalf of the State Water Board, but I would say that there is actually an interesting amount of experience to learn from with the AB 755 side that did not get initiated because of statutory mandates at the top telling people they had to work together. So just an observation.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that is important is that as state agencies, we have a responsibility to do the jobs and tasks that, for which we were hired, and part of that is to work together. We have to make those policies, we need to implement them, and in order to implement them, we can't all be standalone. So just in terms of our role as public servants, I mean, that's our job, is to be working together. So that commitment still exists with the Department of Water Resources as well as from the California Natural Resources Agency. Again, I recognize that, MOUs help create a foundation, and we do understand that. That is something that I can then, with the ability of direction and support from the Secretary, look inward within the department to talk about how AB 1755 in its kind of nascent stages can actually better approach how it coordinates. And the partner agency team, for example, which is a good venue, we have seen as council members has not been that effective with the types of input the council has provided. And that's important to me, because I want to make sure as a deputy director within the department that we're establishing AB 1755's foundation in the right, most collaborative way, and not have it simply be lip service, but there has to be a level of energy and time that I can put into that, not just myself, but it does fall under the purview of another deputy director, and of course has the commitment of our director on this as well. So I appreciate the perspective, perhaps, or the respect of the perspective from which, I have to be looking at this. And again, there's not only a personal commitment on the part of the staff that I've already been working with and had a relationship with the council, but as we go through a period of transition where things are a little up in the air, we are committed to ensuring coordination continues, so we can also, not only through the 1755 lens, but then how the council may change itself for future management, we can talk about other venues, forums, and agreements. I never want to undervalue an MOU, but we also don't want those simply to just be pieces of paper. I think it becomes the commitment that we have to, as individuals, bring to the table in the roles that we have.
Other council members have comments, questions?
Well, Karen, this is really a question for you, is that, so how do we proceed? In a sense, what I'm hearing is that our charter is effectively null. So in a sense, theoretically, every council member seat is now up for reconsideration.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily put it that way, but I also don't have answers to your questions. We haven't had the time to really think through the implications of this change for the council moving forward. Certainly, I wouldn't suggest that we want to completely disband the council and reconstitute it. But that does lead me to the next portion of this item, which is some key membership appointments that I'd like to see made before the end of this administration. We've had a number of council members who have expressed interest in no longer participating, including our citizen monitoring lead. And so Helen has agreed to fill in as alternate until we fill that space. I'm actually recommending that Helen be the appointee for moving forward. Similarly, we've had Phil pulling away from the representation of the wastewater regulated community, and Shelley Walter has graciously and actively and energetically participated over the last year or so or more. And again, I am going to be recommending that Shelley get appointed to that council vacancy. Then we have had Armand Ruby express interest in no longer participating, and any of you who have been at these council meetings over the last year have noticed his obvious absence. And so we have a nominee. His name is Grant Sharp. He is the co-chair of the chair of the Southern California Stormwater Monitoring Coalition. He's very energetic. I had a lengthy conversation with him. He's excited about the opportunity, and I think is highly qualified to participate as a council member. So I'm going to be suggesting him as an appointee as well. And then Bruce Houdesheldt, I don't know if he's still on the phone, had made the suggestion that rather than an appointee representing agriculture from the agricultural community, that maybe because we are charged with coordinating among state agencies, that possibly CDFA would be the more appropriate appointee for agriculture. I have followed up and have successfully gotten the agency secretary at CDFA to agree to assign her science advisor, Ami Gunasekara. I had to read that a few times. I've mispronounced his last name many times. He's actually the science advisor to the secretary. He too is quite excited about the opportunity to engage with the council. So I suppose I should be requesting all of your support for those appointees, and maybe this is the opportunity for you guys to express any concerns over it. We also potentially have a
if I could report on that too. So, obviously, again, through dedication to the council and knowing that this announcement needed to be made, but also looking at the value of filling these vacancies, we, both Chris Jones and myself, have reached out to the water supply community in order to help find proper candidates for that council member position. And I think I just spoke with the Association of California Water Agencies. Well, we have been talking about one of the things, and maybe Chris, you can clarify for me, was there are some specific requirements about that member, kind of a background that's expected. So they are working with Sarge Green, the former council member who had those attributes and experience. They are looking for someone to fit that as well. So apparently names are not coming up immediately, but that is something that they are working on because there were specific aspects to the position.
Just to clarify, it was more to just get a recommendation from Sarge if he had any additional suggestions for a potential replacement, and so we reached out to Aqua for their recommendation as well. So.
Okay, well then because this was the way that Dave Bolin had shared it with me, so he was saying that there was a specific expectation of the water supply member, so they were looking for an experience on that. So if that's not the case, then hopefully this will go a lot faster than it has.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, we had just shared the member expectation document that Nick had developed and shared, I think, at the last meeting. So
it applies to all of our councils.
Yeah, so if that's the case.
Karen Bruce, still on the phone and appreciative of your initiative to talk to CDFA.
Thank you. So I guess this is your opportunity to express any concerns. That doesn't preclude us from having the discussion of council membership moving forward, but I think that it's key for us to, knowing that we're going to have some additional vacancies on the council after today's announcement, I think it's important for us to get energetic folks willing to, get their hands dirty and work with the council to, move us into the next sort of phase of the council, and knowing that there's going to be some decisions that need to be made with the new administration and, a possible new MOU or other, I don't know what all will come of it, but I think having more council member vacancies filled behooves us. So are there any concerns? I'm happy to send around, in fact, I can do that during this meeting if people are interested in seeing the short blurbs about each of the members I just mentioned. Please, Steve, you had a comment.
I queued up this conversation poorly because I didn't mean to make it about members or even membership. I was trying to go to the MOU was essentially our charter.
Yes.
If that no longer exists, how are we going to create a new charter, of which the membership and not even the members as individuals, but the membership categories even becomes part of the discussion. I'm less worried about the membership. I'm more worried about how are we going to create a charter. You said you retain yourself as the co-chair. There is no co-chair because there's only one of you.
Yeah, so I can flash off co.
Exactly. So, but I'm thinking that this is obviously a change that's, in my opinion, not optimal, but it's also potentially an opportunity to redefine the charter for the organization. And it seems like you'll have a little bit easier time of it because it's sounding like it will be something that will be drawn from CalEPA, recognizing the role of other agencies, but essentially it's easier to do within house to create that. Have you started to think about the process by which we would go through developing a charter?
I haven't, and I agree. It's something that we need. And again, I think the vehicle for moving forward is still in question. And I don't know to what degree the new administration is going to have influence over how we move forward. Certainly, my new agency secretary will need to be briefed, assuming we're going to get a new one. I am assuming that's the case. So I don't know that I can answer that question. I think that we need to make sure that this is an agenda item and we continue discussing it. I need to discuss among my own management. I mean, I have support for continuing the council, but that doesn't speak to the details that you're asking for. And so, yes, we need to have those conversations.
I mean, I would put forward that we need to do that quickly because it's unclear in a sense what the operating rules are if you don't have a charter.
I can work with Karen, and I direct Nick as a supervisor. We do charters all the time. It could be put on the next agenda to talk about, and we could provide a model. I mean, it's not about the document. It's about the process and the conversations that people have during the document that's more important. So if you just want a commitment to have the vehicle start and put a driver in the driver's seat, then I think Karen and I can together make sure that Nick gets that direction.
That's exactly what I'm asking for.
Okay. Yeah. So I answered Steve's question with a separate answer that wasn't responsive. So getting back to the notion of some key membership appointees, are there concerns? Do folks want to see the list of the four that I mentioned? I mean, you already are familiar with two of them since they've been actively participating.
The only thing I'm looking, and it was from the last meeting, but the expectations.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the big ones that I've been around for quite a few years. In the last few years, Shelley's been taken over, so that, and I strongly agree with, and it's great that it's actually communicated here, and that is communicate within the sector, right? That I don't represent LA County Sanitation Districts, I represent the POTW sector, and in order to do that, I need a vehicle, or at least to convince Karen or whoever I need to to get on this council, that these are the mechanisms I'm going to use in order to do that. And it's relatively simple for us because we've got a statewide association of sanitary agencies and monthly, and so get on the agenda. It's kind of the things like that. For stormwater, it's CASPA is kind of the low-hanging fruit. And one of the things that kind of frustrated me in the past was CASPA was not getting updated on what was going on, even though CASPA actually appointed and even paid for the representative that served. And so I think as you evaluate people, I think now that you have these expectations, and I think we sent in some minor wordsmithing stuff just to evaluate them on that and make sure that their CV kind of answers those questions. Like, this is how I would be able to accomplish this or this. But that's always been a big one, is that not a surprise to the sector. I know for citizen monitoring, it's going to be much more challenging because you don't have a large statewide organization that you can funnel information, but I imagine you probably have certain networks that you can use.
Yeah, and I'll admit that these proposals have been sort of quickly pulled together, and partly because I'm concerned that if we don't take advantage of the fact that we have agency secretaries who know what the council's been doing, are familiar with what our efforts are, that if we don't take advantage of that now, we're going to be a while before we're able to get their attention. Even a year, maybe even more. I don't know. And so that would be my main concern. I agree. I think having an orientation for new and existing council members around the expectations document, and maybe we spend more time talking through the elements of it at our next meeting, assuming that we do have some new appointees, and beat that drum a little bit more vehemently.
But I support, let's try to fill the vacant spots quickly. Not as large of a search, just for timeliness purposes. Let's just fill with getting small.
Any other comments or concerns, Steve?
So you asked for feedback on the 4 people you've nominated. I know 3 of them, so quite fine. So I will trust you on the 4th that I don't know. And if you're looking for a motion, is that what you were looking for?
Well, sure, a motion would cover me for sure moving forward.
Then I will
I can go to the agency secretary and say.
I'll put forward the 4 people that you recommended.
Bruce will second it.
Great.
Push to the secretary.
All right, all in favor then?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? I just forwarded the short blurbs. We're going to be crafting, formal letters of appointment. The blurbs were intended to just brief the undersecretary on the folks that we were putting forth. So I just forwarded those to you, Nick. I don't know if you got the email yet, but if you could forward that to the council, that would be great. And then if there are any concerns, please let me know before December 19th. I have a briefing with the agency secretary on that day.
And generally, we give them 30 days to reject, and then they're impaneled at that point.
Yeah, no, our agency secretary took exception to that language. So I'm actually going and briefing him directly and giving him the opportunity to ask questions about the candidates. And Nick will be joining me, as will John Bishop, who's been involved with the council since its inception. So yeah, we'll get immediate feedback at that briefing, I believe. And it's my understanding that the Resources Agency Secretary is willing to support appointments in the next few weeks as well, as needed.
So yes, essentially in the next couple of weeks, I think per the communication I had with you last night, actually. So if you are desiring a co-signed letter, then what we'll need to do is have that information prepared on those folks, and then I'll have to schedule a briefing to get that signature. But at this time, I think we needed to kind of get a sense from the board and EPA how they wanted to approach the things. But we're happy to go ahead and help pursue a co-signed letter. But I was directed to kind of make it as soon as possible so I can try to get that scheduled.
Okay. Yes, please, but please in the microphone.
Hey, Jared Voskel, California Association of Sanitation Agencies. Is the MOU dissolved now, or is it going to be dissolved?
So this announcement determines a termination, and it's essentially today, but I am, in recognition of wanting to stay engaged for some of the membership issues, and then helping again with a smooth transition. I could foresee an end date being even the end of the calendar year. There's no need to kind of formalize that because I'll continue to work with you all. But in the announcement today, the MOU is terminated.
Okay, and is there a document you can circulate that's like memorializing that?
The minutes, the recording, all of those.
Okay, and then, sorry, just clarifying, the water code, so does that mean the council is out of compliance with the water code?
There does not need to be a statutory change based on, so the MOU actually defines the co-chair responsibilities, and therefore it does not does not require a statutory change.
Is it the entire MOU that's being, or is it just the provision of the co-chair? Is that the one that's being abrogated?
So we're dissolving the MOU. So the MOU is terminated, and really the MOU in what it says where there's a responsibility, because the redirection of the executive and administrative responsibilities that were taken on via the MOU, those are particularly the reason for terminating MOU. So termination of the MOU, yes. I'm hoping that's clarifying. I'm clarifying your question.
No, I'm just, because of the code requires an MOU, I'm just wondering, is there like a supplemental one, or like I don't envision anybody here getting really litigious, being like, oh, these actions aren't sanctioned, there's no MOU.
The things that I've just informed you of regarding the no need for a statutory change came from legal counsel at Resources Agency. So if that's something that we need to continue to talk about after this meeting, I'm happy to continue that conversation with EPA and State Water Resources Control Board legal counsel.
Yeah, I was actually envisioning you could just have like this interim MOU that basically doesn't assign any responsibility to the Natural Resources Agency and basically instills everything that's already the council's doing, but just to have a technical document saying, so you're complying with the letter of the law, that there is an MOU, even if the responsibility is not is it going the direction you described. But also, I just want to also clarify, did you mention earlier that there may be legislation next year regarding the council, just in terms of...
I don't believe legislation was mentioned.
Okay, I didn't know if I misheard that part. Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Right. I thought we were going to be ahead of time, but...
Hi.
Yeah.
Yes, we recognize CWQMC as a main priority to monitoring, to reviewing, recognizing the current water qualities on a daily basis. Why? To report to the public. This is main purpose, how to keep quality updated, how to improve quality. Next, how to deliver those reports to the public. And, very important, how to lead public. And then California State is already
So I'm not quite following your comments necessarily, and I think that they speak to a number of venues that we at the state regional water boards.
Yes, excuse me, because that's why the energy a little bit interfering right now. We would like to be more clear, but energy is, for example, in the previous recommendation, we recommended to improve data delivery as a framework. So the committee moved right now to the Google partners, such as very, very appreciated. And now we have right now a meeting application. This application, that's why all this energy, and we would like to recommend how to improve delivering data energy. Because even right now, we synchronizing our message, our comments to the council members. And as well, we know currently this energy is right now broadcasting to everywhere, even we don't know. So we would like to take a step and to recommend how to improve delivering data. Like right now, we have a webinar. So we recommend to move from this meeting application Skype to, we would like to recommend again a Google as a meeting. We would like to have a trust where we have our data. Where is our data and who we trust to have our data. We have a trust to all other countries, but we making sure that we strive for economy of California, that we partner with California technology companies. This is a strive to deliver that back to the government. Companies delivering back energy to the companies, to the government, and government taking care of those companies. So that's why we would like to see the shift from even current Skype to California technology company. Excuse me, this delivery message was a little bit changed because some type of energy we don't know is interfering during delivering this message. Thank you so much and we appreciating everyone's time.
Okay, thank you. So let's move on to the next agenda item, which is the Monitoring Council subcommittees. We had a number of them formed around some initiatives that we identified as needs back several Monitoring Council meetings ago. One was the non-agency monitoring groups. There's quite a bit of monitoring that goes on that's outside of the agencies, and a subcommittee was formed around that. Also our communications subcommittee, and then work group coordination subcommittees. So with that, I'd like to hand it to Helen to give the update on the first one.
Thank you. So as Karen said, this is kind of formed around a push for more engagement of non-agency citizen monitoring groups. And Beth Kreisman, Eric Burrows, and myself work with these groups and are familiar with some of their needs, and identified some possible areas that the council might be able to help with and gain their engagement through that method. One would be around training, so data, QA/QC, CEDN integration, getting data into CEDN, and possibly a coordination of equipment and supplies are all challenges that groups like these face. So we collaborated, and with Terry Fleming as well, created a survey that's now finished. It's in Google Forms, and we kind of went this route to see what groups actually need. We think we know some of their needs, but we're interested in learning more about specific things that they might need help with. So it's set up for groups who are currently monitoring and those who plan to do monitoring in the future. And it goes over funding, technical issues, the data side, quality assurance, quality control, and as well as sharing data. That survey is finished. It's linked on the agenda. And I guess I'm here to see if you have any comments on it. I'd also like to talk about some possible venues where we could take this. It was definitely, Eric in particular has had experience with doing surveys like this, and his feedback was that it's a lot easier if you can get the people in one place and offer them some sort of reward for doing the survey, even if it's not a very expensive reward. I'll be doing some emails and calls as well, but some possible ideas for where we could advertise this might be the Data Science Symposium next year. Eric was telling me about Citizen Science Day here at the CalEPA, I believe, on April 16th. And any other ideas folks have for places we could bring this?
I think those are both great, and I would ask you and maybe Eric to help me identify other, even if they're small venues, of like coalition of watershed groups that might get together for a day of training or something like that. The California Aquatic Bioassessment Workgroup had a whole open science, open data panel this year, as last month. But I do know that Marcus and others are continuing the conversation on how to move forward, and there may be networks of people through that open science bioassessment filter that would be of interest. So I think it's going to be hard to, there is no sort of like association of citizen monitors, right? So, but there's citizen monitoring happen all over the place. So the challenge is how do you kind of reach out adequately to get the survey to those groups and to make it easy as it has. And I think Eric is the best person in the world to answer that question. But it's still going to take a lot of different venues of network connections, not a single push of a button.
I can also work with the National Council has a volunteer monitoring citizen science work group, and I can share it with them and see if they can utilize their contacts and their listservs, and also see if there's a few champion sessions focused around citizen science, and maybe if we can provide it there for the attendees, because I'll be there, and can try to either electronically or physically to see if we can get some new contacts.
Hi, Nick. It's Eric.
Hi,
I have access to the National Monitoring Volunteer listserv. Excuse me, I got a little allergy going on here. To answer Greg's question, we do have the Citizen Science Association, which is national, and we can also use their listservs. And then within California, there's a few scattered tools that we can use. Facebook has a couple of citizen science groups as well. A lot of these citizen science projects are being administered by agency programs, and originally there was talk of this survey being addressed to these small agencies or small agency programs. An example would be within NEMS we have Sea Grant, and in California Sea Grant has some projects in the upper North Coast dealing with steelhead and Chinook salmon, and there are citizen projects affiliated with those. So if we cast a broader net, we should be able to get a good number of these citizen science projects, as well as some of the agencies that aren't reporting their data to CEDA. Excuse me.
Hi, this is Becky Santanoia. I'm here representing as a co-chair for CTAB, and one of my other co-chairs, Sarah Ryan, is tribal representative, and so I think she might be a good person if you're trying to get the survey through tribal members as well, so I can pass that on to her if that hasn't been something that's already done.
That would be wonderful, thank you.
And then I'm just brainstorming out loud if it's of any help. There's a Global Lake EON, GLEON, I forget what they all stand for, but there's like organizations like that that they may tap into people that do collection of very specific types of data but don't otherwise do watershed citizen monitoring kind of efforts. So there's maybe other groups like GLEON that people know about. And then another out of my brain thought would be a lot of schools do activities, and so there may be some coordination through, and Eric, again, you may know this, but there may be a group of school teachers around the state that talk about how they do their once-a-year science projects that are sort of quasi-citizen science. And then literati, there's all sorts of crowdsourcing of very particular types of data that wouldn't fall into the traditional, people going out and doing probes and temperature and pH, but they're maybe collecting data of interest that if the survey were tailored correctly, you may want to target groups like that too.
Yeah, we can get involved with GLOBE, which is being administered through a teacher's program in Fresno, as well as WEF, who's been doing Project WET. So there's a lot of players that Helen and I and Nick can try to work with to get this survey delivered and hopefully get some folks filling it out.
And the reason I elaborate on that is because it is the greatest untapped resource in the room, in my opinion, of collecting new and different types of data for the purpose of informing on water and water quality. So it's worth, I think, a lot of attention, and I'm going to push hard to get additional resources at the state. But I think even just it's a multiplier effect. A little bit of collection and energy and focus by a group like the council could, I think, make a huge difference in the amount of data, maybe even the quality of the data.
So, Greg, that's a nice lead into some of our earlier discussion about 1755. Taryn's the best person, or you're the best person to direct this to. Is volunteer monitoring data going to be incorporated into the 1755 portal?
So the 1755 effort is, I think you characterized it earlier as collecting data, and I would characterize it as focused on reporting out of data that's collected already. And it's kind of agnostic onto the sources in some ways, other than it's trying to use this consortium and other things to focus on topics. So, whether it's water quality or water supply or water budgeting, I'll be honest, the water boards have been putting completely water quality data up. Very little like water conservation and urban water supply data sets are the exception to that. And so what goes into our databases is really what's being focused on, is getting put out and published and curated. That said, we have mechanisms, we have a seed, we have a way for receiving, so to speak, electronic data that would be related to citizen monitoring sources. And I'm just trying to, I would say 1755 is not emphasizing that. It's talking about it. The group is talking about it. There are some great examples. Those of you who lived through the last few weeks in Sacramento or anywhere in California maybe, you know that purpleair.org is a website that aggregates air monitoring data that is small sensors being deployed in rapid fashion around the state of California. And I really do think that where air goes, water follows shortly thereafter. So there will be a lot of efforts to do that in the near future. We do not have infrastructure in place at our agency, and the department does, for massive amounts of real-time data to be both curated, reviewed, and published. So a lot of those things are being talked about in the forum, but it's not to the level of, I think, how do you mobilize and set up better catcher's mitts to start to not only generate the data being collected by citizen sources, but to make it of use. So, and that's the part that's not being talked about by
That's exactly my perception as well. And as Helen might present the opportunity for you and for the council to pick on a topic area. If you try and make it a very broad thing, you'll succumb to the weight of the big, and you'll also be challenged by all of the nuanced differences among different types of data, different types of groups. If you focus in on an example, then you may find it more palatable to make happen. At the same time, I think it has the potential to cement, again, some relationship between the council and 1755, because 1755 can't ignore that kind of data. On the other hand, without some mechanism like that, the quality or consistency of submissions is going to be buried.
Yeah, so I think my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the purpose of the survey is to try to identify existing activities that are happening in the state of California. And then the council itself already has filters in place to sort of thematically choose what topics would be best to focus on out of those existing, like let's say the survey reveals 180 new collection efforts that we didn't know about, plus the other 500 or whatever, a bunch of things, right? So then you sort of say, well, we got wetlands, we got trash, we got whatever, right? So you have a thematic way to sort of say what kinds of citizen source data work can we do? Is it protocol for methodology? Is it data standards for interoperability? Right. Is it whatever? And that's actually the work that's being done that I think just needs a little bit of help organizing, and it's going to turn into fruit. Massive amounts.
That sounds perfect to me.
Thanks. I am excited to be working on this project, and I think with a little bit more data, we will be able to kind of focus our efforts and I think produce hopefully a lot of fruit. Yeah, and I think I mean, I'm biased, but I think this is a good direction for the council to be going in, and thanks for your support.
All right, so let's move to the communications subcommittee. And Nick, did you want to take the lead on that one?
Sure. So we worked on last meeting. I kind of released and talked about a comprehensive communication plan for the council, which we were working on as a subcommittee. And one of the action items was to get feedback from the council members at large. I got some feedback from Ray Heimstra, who shared it with one of his media consultants, and she gave us some feedback. But other than that, I didn't really receive any sort of feedback from any other council members or other entities. So I'll have to be honest, work on the actual document has been minimal since the last meeting. However, that hasn't really stopped me from moving forward with kind of the actions that are outlined in that plan, including developing this expectations document was something that was kind of an outgrowth of the communications. There was a need identified that that certain council members couldn't even agree on what the council was supposed to be doing, as well as what should the council member be doing, what should the council itself be doing. And that was the outgrowth of this expectations document, to hold ourselves accountable and also be clear and upfront with new and existing council members on what's expected of them. So this kind of was built off some of my previous positions working at the water board. There was expectations documents for staff. There's also on the national council. When I became a council member for them, they sent me a document that kind of outlined what was expected of me as a council member, and I found it valuable. So that's kind of what led to this document, which is, again, part of that communication piece with internally between council members, as well as to provide to the public what is the council and what are the council members charged with doing, which could be incorporated into whatever new documents we create moving forward. Also, part of the strategy for communication was how does the council interact with agency secretaries. So similarly, it's actually linked in item 4, but there was a draft kind of secretary briefing document that may or may not be utilized now, but it still kind of outlined where the council was going, and establishing an annual kind of feedback loop between the council and the secretary or secretaries, depending on how it pans out. But so that led to that creation of that document, so that's there for feedback as well. Kind of outlines our accomplishment, how we're coordinating with high legislative efforts and priority efforts statewide, as well as where we're moving forward, and to get feedback from the council. Also, just this agenda itself and this meeting itself really keys off on another key aspect of communication that we were lacking in, is how the work groups and the council interact. So you'll see after lunch that items 6 and 7 is really to establish and kind of restart that feedback loop between the council members and the work groups themselves. So one of the items will be more kind of an annual update on progress the work groups have made this year, where they're thinking about going, and to get feedback or guidance from the council on specific questions if they have them. And then the second item is really for the work group co-chairs representing their work groups to voice any concerns or ask for guidance on how they should be moving forward in light of the new kind of strategy we've outlined moving forward in relation to AB 1755 and other efforts. So that's what I have been focusing on as far as the communications pieces, is less so on the actual plan, although that will continue to be worked on, and just actually moving forward with the actual strategies we've identified. And both those documents are available via the agenda, so I'd be happy to get any feedback on those documents. Shelley Walther did have some comments on the actual briefing, more related to, again, just changing a few words here and there, but nothing concrete. But I'd be open to hearing any feedback from that in the future. Any questions?
The briefing document did go through CASA and no response, and so we take that to mean completable.
Thanks, Phil, for sharing that. I appreciate that.
So what are some of the next steps for the communications group in terms of, I'm thinking of a work plan over the next year or so, what kinds of products beyond the
Well, I think that that we have discussed, you and myself, about establishing a work plan moving forward for the next year. I think a lot will come out of the discussion we have with the Secretary on December 19th to kind of see his view on our path forward, and we can kind of come out with a report back at the next meeting on establishing a draft work plan, and that could include several things, including what are our legislative requirements via an MOU? What do we need our Chief Counsel on Leg Affairs to determine how we should be moving forward and communicating that moving forward. We've had some discussions that there's maybe been a lack of information to the public. Are we maybe not doing that in the way we should be, specific on what the council is and what we're trying to do, as well as spreading that information. So I'm going to commit to kind of establishing that draft work plan with the help of yourself and other the committee member Shelley's on that as well, and coming back to the council with that next year.
Any comments, questions before we move on to the next subcommittee or the last one before we break for lunch? All right, go ahead, Chris.
Thank you. While Nick's loading my PowerPoint, it was mainly just to give a brief update, but this work group, the work group coordination subcommittee, formed around kind of the idea of trying to allow more opportunities for the work groups to communicate and to try to pursue common goals and try to work together where there's a need. One of the things that you can skip ahead to maybe, so we had our last meeting in early November. If you want to skip to the next slide, the one before. So we, thank you. So one of the things that rose to the top was just the portals for the work groups, and one of the things that we had talked about at a couple of meetings ago here at the Monitoring Council was that we were finding through looking at the Google Analytics that the portals weren't getting as used as we would like, and so one of the things that we through this work, the subcommittee, we're seeking to pursue is just trying to identify why that might be. And so what I drafted a guidance document for search engine optimization. It was just looking up online what are some things that the portals could be doing to improve their searchability with Google searches or whatever. And so so this document was shared at one of the work group coordination subcommittee meetings previously. And what we're doing is Allie Dunn and the CC Hub group has kindly offered to be a test case to try to implement some of these suggestions. They kind of range from, having content change regularly, having descriptive titles, just different things that the portals could be doing to maybe make it so that the content is more easily picked up by search engines. And so, so the CC Hub is kindly offered to be our guinea pigs and to work with us to try to be able to implement some of these recommendations. And so what we're doing for our next steps was that the CC Hub is going to be developing mock-ups to kind of implement some of these recommendations. And then and most likely at the next CC Hub meeting, which I believe is in February of next year, to kind of give some ideas and share the updates that we're recommending. And to provide the work group an opportunity to kind of chime in and if there's any updates or any concerns. And then if they give us the thumbs up to start to implement those recommendations working with the State Board CIT. And so so that's kind of the next steps for that portion of the work that the subcommittee is pursuing. And then I guess what we'd also do is in May of 2019 probably share with the council kind of what we're provide an update and to see, looking at the Google Analytics pre and post these changes, see if there's a kind of a spike in the usage of the portals and kind of see lessons learned so that we can more broadly apply it to the other portals, so if we're successful. So, so that's kind of the game plan for that. We also discussed, if you want to skip to the next one, please. Thank you. So we also discussed the portal's homepage at mywaterquality.ca.gov was one of the things that the work groups had acknowledged is, as the work groups have formed and new work groups have come on board, we've recognized that there's more and more overlaps between some of the portals, and so what we've suggested is maybe trying to rethink how the information is presented on the homepage, and that maybe to make it a little easier for people to recognize where those overlaps might be. For example, the CC Hab is a perfect example of where the harmful algal blooms touches upon various portals, whether it's drinking water safety or estuaries and others. And so safe to swim, yeah, that's an obvious one. And so we're recognizing that there are some of these that are more interconnected, and so we're trying to think through how the homepage could be better reflecting that. And so we're going to have a subcommittee of a subcommittee to try to think through those ideas and brainstorm how we can maybe rework the homepage to reflect those changes.
I mean, one thing, and that was something I've kind of, I had to try to keep all that straight, but I did honestly recognize that HABs was different, because it does, well, for one, I mean, it transcends all of them, and it is something that the public's extremely interested in, and against my better judgment, I feel like HAB should be a standalone, which I don't normally do, but because of the public interest in it, even recognizing that it has to do with aquatic life, it has to do with water, it has to do with every single one of those, that it probably does deserve to be kind of put out there on its own.
Yeah, and just to clarify, we weren't suggesting that the HABs portal would be kind of blended into something else. It was more just how you can kind of enter in and dive into the relative contents and make sure that, maybe the safe to swim or the estuaries, make sure that we're coordinating how information is presented and cross-communicated between the portals, and just be more coordinated in how the information is presented and how users can then access the information. And so. And
I also like that you're using the HABs as your test case for your, public usage, but I also would, and you probably know that type of, that kind of public interest probably has seasonal waxes and wanes, and there's probably not a whole lot of people checking their local lakes and reservoirs for cyanobacteria blooms in February.
That's a good point.
But
yeah.
In July, there's a lot,
Yep.
So.
Yeah, no, and that's definitely a good point that we've been mindful of, and it's we're going to try to make sure that we can think through how we can tease that apart when we're looking at the Google Analytics as well. Yeah, good point. Thank you.
So can I ask I missed a little bit of the subcommittee part, and I'm a little worried if like Chris is no longer going to be tasked with this, how's the continuity of the project work? But can you describe the subcommittee of the subcommittee and how this project could go forward with that?
Yeah. So to the first point or the question about kind of next steps, I think, as Taryn mentioned, we're going to be trying to transition things with the folks so that there's a good transition between, efforts that I'm involved in, for example, and, trying to pass the torch on to some folks. And so we'll be doing that. We haven't really kind of addressed that yet. We're still kind of working through those kind of details.
What's the committee and the subcommittee? I just didn't understand where to find this when you're gone. That's what I'm asking.
So I'll make sure that gets set up. But what, so there's, Allie and a few others are on the subcommittee. We didn't really call it anything, but we could call it now the My Water Quality homepage subcommittee of a subcommittee, but we didn't really come up with it.
But is it under CC Hab or is it under?
Oh, that was more broadly. Sorry. Yeah. So the My Water Quality home kind of subcommittee of a subcommittee was more of a.
This is the discussion of the work group coordination committee.
Yeah.
So it's
this is the number one topic. I just want to make sure that it's elevated properly, that it's not.
Yeah. No, I agree. I'm just trying to orient ourselves to.
We didn't come up with names for things because it was the subcommittee for coordination, and we were trying to pursue different projects to kind of help with the portals as in general. The search option or search engine optimization is what the CC Hubs is pursuing as a test case. And then there's a broader group of folks.
That's a work group piloting something under that subcommittee.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then I think I got it in my head. The only input I would have is that there's a lot of really good resources out there for user-centered design, including State of California has a website on how to do good user-centered design on websites and provide digital services. This is a real opportunity for the council to lead. We actually have a really lean or / agile approach here because we can go to our CIO at the water boards and get things done that may not be able to get done just through the state water board, right? Because we have a mechanism, we have a sort of a thing that's a little bit different. So I would say let's be bold and brave. And recent examples of how to do that are like opening it up to other people, like having a data or a web challenge and asking a bunch of young people to sort of tell us what a user approach to our interfaces would look like. And that gets, I think, to Phil's point of like, you know, we can talk about what the work group names are, but your point, Chris, is people just want to know how to get the information they want. They don't need to know all the different names of the subcommittees and the committees and the work groups and what have you. Yeah, no, and your input would be really appreciated. So when we're kind of following up on this, we'll try to loop you in so that we can kind of get your input for, especially with those connections that you're mentioning at the state board. Yeah, thank you.
Other questions, or did you?
That was it for me.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and just the other part of the meeting was just coordinating for this afternoon's work group input. So
great.
That was the only thing.
Great. Not sure how to. All right. So were there any other questions or comments? All right. So we'll keep these updates on the agenda for our first monitoring council meeting in 2019, so we can keep moving forward on these efforts. I think it's valuable. So with that, I'm going to call us a lunch break. We'll reconvene at 1 o'clock, and I'm going to suggest that since all of the working groups representatives are planning to convene with us at 1, I hope that's the case, that we start with the discussion of interactions with the council given the focus direction, and then move to the updates of what's going on at the various work groups. So with that, we'll take a break, enjoy lunch, and we'll see you at 1. We're going to go ahead and get started again. I hope everyone that intended to get back on the phone can still hear us. We're reconvened here in the room. So we're going to launch into the afternoon's items with a little bit of a change to the agenda. We're going to kind of mix it up, you know, keep you guys on your toes. Before the break, I had indicated that we're going to start with item number 7, and we will shortly, but one of our working groups has some time constraints and would like to give their update first off, so that then we can launch into the meaty item number 7 and then come back to the work group updates. And so with that, I don't know if I should just hand it directly to the work group or if you wanted to tee it up any more than that next.
I mean, the item itself is really just, again, to recognize that there was kind of some feedback that I heard from the Monitoring Council Work Group Summit was just a lot, kind of lack of communication with the council and the work groups in general. So we met with them in several years. This is an attempt just for the work groups to kind of provide an annual update to the council and to ask any questions or get feedback or guidance forward.
So for those of you on the phone, can you please mute yourselves unless you have something you'd like to ask a question or say, because we can hear lots of rustling around on the phone. Thank you. All right, with that, Dan Schultz from our Division of Water Rights here at State Board.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me today. As mentioned, I'm with the Division of Water Rights, and I oversee the cannabis section there, and I'm a co-chair for the Environmental Flows Work Group. So since this is kind of the first time we've presented to the council, I thought I'd start with a little background and a little overview of the work group itself, and then go into some of the next tasks and stuff that we're working on. So I wanted to start with the pre-work group component because it's kind of important on how the work group was formed. So prior to the formation of the work group, The State Water Board entered into a contract with UC Davis to develop the California Environmental Flows Framework in collaboration with UC Davis, UC Berkeley, the Nature Conservancy, Cal Trout, Utah State University, and Southern California Coastal Water Research Project, United States Geological Survey, and the Department of Fish and Wildlife. The overall goal for the CEF effort is to define a framework for developing in-stream ecological flow criteria to protect aquatic life beneficial uses, to recommend guidelines for its implementation, and provide a course resolution set of ecological flow recommendations for all stream classes throughout California. The State Water Board is also currently working with UC Davis as kind of a component and a spinoff of this to develop a regional methodology to develop regional ecological flow criteria as well. And they're kind of intertwined in many different ways. So it's anticipated that the products that come out of the CEF development and the regional methodology would be essentially kind of merged over into the California Environmental Flows Workgroup and be further developed there. At the onset, since it is kind of under contract, there's some limitations to the how the CEF is being developed right now. But as we'll get into the timelines and stuff, it's anticipated that once it's handed over to the work group, there'll be additional tools and additional resources that start to fall out that will start to help meet other agencies and other needs. So quick overview of the flows group. The mission is to advance the science of ecological flows assessment and its application for supporting management decisions aimed at balancing natural resource needs with consumptive water uses to establish environmental flows. And the work group will strive to improve agency and public access to ecological and environmental flow data, information and tools related to ecological flow assessments, and provide a common vision for use of tools and science-based information to support sound decision-making. Main objectives of the work group is to advance science and management of ecological and environmental flows through the following. We want to facilitate coordination. There's a lot of different agencies that work either in developing ecological flow criteria or are responsible in some way, shape, or form to develop environmental flows, which are more regulatory based. So trying to bring all those folks together to have a common platform to share experiences and to bring their expertise and stuff into one spot. Also to work together to start to provide, consistent, scientifically defensible methods and approaches for California, so that it's a more common approach moving forward. Right now, there's a lot of different entities that use different methods. It's been identified that if we can kind of, shore those up a little bit and kind of have more of a consistent approach, it will be beneficial for the people developing the flow criteria and implementing it, as well as other stakeholders. And then also, as far as creating a clearinghouse, web portal, tools, those types of things, to share the data with the public. And then through some of it, depending on what types of things or parts of the methodologies or stuff like that, to just kind of start to help build and establish best practices for data collections, standard operating procedures, those types of products as well. So that's kind of the overview in a nutshell. Timeline and next steps. Thank you. I should mention we did finally get our website up. So we do have that up. It's still under development. A lot of the stuff that's under development is kind of the tools and data component, which we're going to just kind of briefly discuss today. Still some links that we need to do and work with IT to see where they want to house some stuff. Some of it's housed over at UC Davis and other entities' websites, and we're figuring out where we're going to keep it in the long term. But the overall timeline for development of the CEF and the regional methodology is targeted for March 2020. And coming out of these two things, there's going to be a number of tools and products. There's the first one that I want to discuss is the stream classification system. This was an effort that UC Davis and SCWRP did a combined effort together to complete kind of a coarse hydrologic stream classification system for all of California. And that's for all stream order 2 and greater streams throughout California. And then we're currently working on a refined stream classification system for the state that takes into account the predicted stream reach geomorphology or geomorphic type of different stream reaches. That's a little bit more localized. We refer to that as the hydrogeomorphic stream classification, and basically it breaks those hydrologic stream classifications, of course, are ones into sub-classifications that are more regionally based. So far, the Sacramento Basin has been completed under this effort, and we're currently collecting data throughout the state to form the geomorphic stream classification development for all the remaining watersheds that support anadromous fish, so pretty much all your coastal draining watersheds. The other tool that we're working on is a web-based tool to predict functional flow metrics at ungauged stream locations. This has a number of steps in it. The first was we collected, in order to develop the hydrologic stream classification, we identified reference gauges throughout the state. So at those reference gauges, it looks at developing dimensionless or unitless reference hydrographs. So it just kind of takes the flow values out and looks more at the timing and the magnitude of flows. So we developed that. That's been completed. The second component was to develop a functional flow calculator to determine the flow metrics for each reference gauge. So we can start to look at what those flows are, what the equality.
Those of you on the phone, please mute yourselves. We can hear a lot of rustling.
So that we can start to target, figure out for these different streams, the flow patterns, how they're impacted and are involved with the ecological response. And then the third step, so those two are completed. We have those two, but then the third step is to take that information and to develop a methodology for predicting that at ungauged locations for all the different stream classifications that fit in with the hydrologic and the geomorphic stream classifications. The other one that we're working on, which is a component as well, is to determine the key ecological indicators and flow metrics based on flow ecology relationships. That would be more relative to the geographic location stream class and the geomorphic type. So that kind of fits in with those stream classes. You have what the flows are doing, the ecological response, and then you get more specific with different species and how they're responding. And then the last one I have that's part of kind of more the CEF effort is to develop an impaired stream classification system and a flow alteration assessment. So in some locations, it's either going to help provide information on this is the expected, because it's kind of more of the initial stream classification is more of a reference look at what would be expected in a certain site. And then you overlay that with the impaired to help determine what different flow metrics you could add back into that system or what's missing to help resort more towards the ecological type. Or in some locations, like in a severely levied system or something like that, it might be more of a situation where you manage that separately in a different way to its current condition. So it'll be kind of a mix of that. So the next steps for the California Environmental Flow Workgroup is to continue to build membership and participation. We've been working a lot at each of our meetings to get everybody up to speed on the CEF, on the California Environmental Flows Framework and what the effort we're working on. The State Water Board also, my staff for cannabis efforts, developed a website that has all the, where we tried to map out all the existing flow requirements throughout the state. And so one of the efforts of the work group is to review that. And since we have such a broad working group, and some of those are like biological opinions and other components like that, that to use them to review those environmental flow or the website and the geographic areas that we map them, because some of them are not clear. And then also to help us identify the ones that we couldn't find or missed. And then the last one that I wanted to mention is kind of the biggest one, which is an effort that we're starting to do for some of my project work, but want to bring this to the flow work group as well, because I think it's the right forum for it, is to start to collect and to review and to vet all the different scientific information that's out there for development of in-stream flows that might be helped use to inform development of in-stream flow criteria, and to start mapping that geospatially as well, and have that in one spot. My grand vision, and I like to have my grand visions until IT tells me I can't do it, is to be able to have that kind of on a web-based platform where you're able to sort by different study types, able to sort by watersheds, able to download the data. You can be able to click on it, it would pull up a summary of the report, and then you can click the report or the data and get all that information there. That's kind of the grand vision, and that one obviously has a lot of coordination associated with it. That's kind of where we are right now. So I don't know if there's any questions.
I just have a quick question. Thank you very much. I'm really interested in seeing how the Environmental Flows Work Group evolves. Could you just inform me how many people currently are on the work group?
Yeah, that's going to be a good question. So I haven't looked at the LIRIS list to see how many people signed up. I'm still trying to figure out how the different work groups figure out who's participating online, and I haven't figured out how to do that yet. So I'm not entirely sure, but I think we have somewhere probably around, my hunch would be somewhere in the 40 to 50 range right now. And we're building, we just reached out to all the tribes as well to see if they wanted to be involved as well. And we've got, I think, 3 different tribes that responded to participate. So
I have a general question about the, there seems to be a lot of flow data out there, a lot of flow information, whether it's gauging stations or individual monitoring programs that are actually measuring flow using a Doppler meter, or even kind of the tools you're developing where you're looking at estimating flow, you know, in ungauged areas. Are you doing anything to, you know, I mean, one of the questions I always have is, you know, if I've got a hand Doppler meter or a hand Doppler measurement real close to a gauging station, which one should I believe more? I don't know, are you guys looking into that kind of, you know, kind of thinking more big picture?
Yeah, I think it would, part of it is probably depending on what you want to use it for. But, you know, obviously the advantage of the gauge station is it has the historical data as well, not just a point sample.
Oh, and also, yeah.
So, yeah, but there's also ways that you could start to relate your location, like downstream of a gauge, to that, you know, flow information you're collecting there to the gauge. One of the things that I would like to see happen, I just don't, you know, this is one of those things where it's a little over my head from the IT perspective of, I know there's a lot of other states out there, and they have set up their citizen flow, like a citizen flow monitoring group. So one of the things that we're working on with the stream classification component is to set that up in a way that people could go out in their more localized area, because we have a very coarse random sample that we take to then statistically determine based on different the word's skipping my head, attributes to determine what that stream type should be. But, you know, there's always going to be some error and variability in that. And so we're trying to set it up where that'd be something where potentially people could be trained up to do it. And we'd like to set that up in a way where that data, they could then, from their more local, could import that data and it would be uploaded to a kind of more general site and start to look at things that way where you could start to take local data too.
I mean, it just seems like in most of the work, you know, in most of the areas that are covered, there is a lot of information out there. Mm-hmm. No one knows where it is. No one might not even know who's collecting it. You've got dam releases. You've got all kinds of flow. Yeah, you know, one of the jobs of this council is to try to find those people to them so they can be utilized for these tools.
Yeah, and our hope is to try to bring them to, or, you know, at least connect to them so they're all in one place so people have that access to it.
Real quick, on that note, I think there's a line of distinction a little bit between, I think, what this work group is trying to work on versus what the department and the USGS and the CDEC efforts are kind of trying to do. And so, and there's actually legislation that pops up every year. It'll probably pop up again next year that's going to ask for a ton more gauge stations in California and who's in charge of putting those out and how to collect the data and organize it and what have you. So I think this project is a bit unique in the sense that it's trying to put it in that kind of a data world into context for environmental flows, as opposed to be the wrangler of all the conversations about gauge data versus whatever data.
No, and I see the change in the council too is like, you know, and it's probably because of we're not so interested in being that centralized data hub anymore. There's someone else doing that, and now it's basically tool development and things like that. But it's hard to develop the tools if you're not using the data that are out, right? You know, it's kind of like, you know, yeah, we'll let them come up with the management tools and things like that. They don't even have access to the data that exists. It's like, how can you
Yeah, it's just the conversations that maybe happened in prior years that you were not at the meeting were these disparate approaches to the environmental flow and the flow ecology conversations, and then this sort of like magical moment where they all found each other at a couple of conferences and, hey, let's do this together. And so that was kind of like the genesis of this, was to kind of talk about the different approaches to the flow ecology. Yeah. And then, of course, the context of how measured data versus model data and all those other things interact is absolutely, I think, part of the charter and important, but it's not the main. But someone else hopefully will help with that, because USGS and a lot of other people know a lot more than the Water Board. And then I was going to mention, I'm sorry I jumped in late, but did you hear by any chance the comment at the board meeting yesterday in the public comment period by Bob Gore that linked this, he somehow linked this project to a Water Board effort and wished that it had been brought up with the fee stakeholders because maybe they'd be happy to help pay for this. At least that's how I heard it. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that was the message.
Oh, sorry. I must have misheard it a little bit. But anyway, you might review.
It was more like, who's going to pay for this?
You might review the comments and talk to. I think John Bishop followed up with them, but I don't know.
Yeah. So currently the contract is being funded with cannabis funds, with UC Davis. That's because that's directly related to the cannabis effort for the regional principles and guidelines to develop flow requirements, long-term flow requirements for cannabis cultivation. And then I would add, for the hydrology, we'd be more providing the information. This is where gauges are located, and here's where you can get the gauge information, than trying to house that information. Yeah.
Yeah, Steve.
So I don't have a question as much as a comment. I just want to say that because of some of my people being involved in the committee, I have kind of another set of eyes on it, and I couldn't be more complimentary of what you all have done. This is a group that's been in place for less than a year, and the number of products that have already come out of it, be it the kind of habitat segmentation kind of thing you're talking about, or some of the tools for how to interpret non-gauge streams, I just think is absolutely wonderful. But the bigger, better part is, kind of going to Taryn's question, is that I'm so impressed by how many organizations that you have been able to pull into it, because this is clearly one that cuts across, even within the Water Board, it cuts across between water rights and water quality, but it cuts across to fish and wildlife, it cuts across. There's so many groups, and you've brought them all in. And I think your bigger problem now is, how do you deal with 40 or 50 people when you don't have budgets to bring them into all one place to do it? But you all seem to be up to that challenge. So my compliments, and I'll even go one step further and say this is a great example of what a work group should be, because it is something that cuts across multiple agencies. And I fear what would have happened if we didn't have it, where they would all be developing their own mindset about flows. They're all working together. It's fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you.
One other thing that came up at the last work group meeting was a desire to see, which I think is a global desire from the council in general, is to identify where people are monitoring for flow and maybe providing some sort of methodology for planning ahead of time and having people share where they're planning to measure flow, how and where, and then that can help the larger group focus where they're going to be monitoring, identify gaps, and best use their resources. And I think that was a really well thought out point brought up by somebody at Region 1.
It's Dan Moore. Yeah,
I thought that was a great project to maybe think long term at focusing.
Yeah, trying to leverage resources, leverage, if an agency is going out to get an agreement to go on private property, to try to get everybody in that might need data in that area to all get on the same agreement and kind of go out at the same time, those types of things, to see how data can be complemented.
Okay, thank you, Dan. So with that, we're going to shift gears and shift to item number 7 to have a discussion about the impact on the work group's charge from the refocusing of the strategy that we've been talking about as a council. Now, we haven't actually gone through the process of revising our strategy, but we have some conceptual focus areas that I think was included with the agenda package. And so this is an opportunity for us to engage with the work groups to talk through how these new focus areas may impact what they do and their work plans moving forward. And so I don't know who's leading the discussion.
This was brought up as part of the, I think the workgroup coordination meeting that Chris held. I was out in Boise with the National Council, but it was brought up that, in addition to the updates, they wanted a forum for communicating with the council on and getting more guidance on what these focus areas would mean for the work groups and their charges. I don't know who the loudest voices were. Unfortunately, I think one of them was the wetland work group, and I got a message from Shakura saying that they can't be here today. Although I sent out to the council members a document that she wrote up that kind of summarized what their responses to the 6 kind of summary areas that I pointed out are. But maybe Chris can add on to who other, any other of the work group representatives, either on the phone or in person. I'm more than welcome to take this opportunity to comment on how they see the strategy moving forward of the council impacting the work groups, and to ask for maybe clarification or guidance.
This is Chris Jones. Yeah, just to add to that, so during the workgroup coordination meeting, we had pitched the idea of having the updates from the workgroup to the council, and as part of those updates, we had considered just having kind of the workgroups to touch upon the top 5 areas, the focus areas, and how they envision their workgroups kind of being able to address those. And so through those conversations, we realized that maybe it would be better kind of encapsulate that into one kind of agenda item where it wasn't kind of intermixed with all the work group updates. And so that was kind of why we proposed having it as an individual item. Nick was correct. It was the wetlands work group was kind of the ones who suggested kind of having more of a discussion and some sort of opportunities for the different work groups to chime in on their thoughts on the top 5 focus areas. But that was kind of the context, I guess, for how this agenda item took shape. But there wasn't any particular discussions at that time about any kind of specific comments. I think it was more, we had just broached the subject with them, so they were going to have some time, in the weeks that followed to try to think through, how it related to their work groups. So.
This came up during the call too. I think Terry voiced this. Just a few of the points, like I'd say maybe the first few bullet points, there's a lot of overlap with the SWAMP program and what our charge is and SWAMP IQ. And so I guess the question to the council is what are we envisioning the overlap there and how that would be addressed? Is this going beyond SWAMP programs and trying to create consistency with other agencies kind of thing? Okay. So it would be more, SWAMP could help provide some of that guidance, or?
There are a lot of council members' heads nodding yes.
Okay.
For the people on the phone. But I think it was a recognition of where we have been able to leverage SWAMP's expertise and where the council in general has expertise and can provide value. So I think it would take what SWAMP has established for the water boards and then expanding that to other agencies and other entities beyond across sectors.
And one of the other points, thank you for reminding me of the conversations that we had. One of the questions that did come up was, some of the work groups, have their focus has previously been on the portals and making data available, and that's where some of the work groups have focused their energy. And so now, in light of 1755, how should they move forward? Is it that they should mainly focus on the top 5 focus areas, more on the coordination role? Should they still try to pursue efforts that maybe are turning data into information? There was a question I think that maybe Jay Davis from SFEI had kind of raised, was there is kind of a fine line between data access and turning data into information, and how do you kind of address that? And I guess that was something that they were expressing an interest in the council members and kind of getting their input. So just one quick example that came up was, having GIS interfaces for accessing data, turning data into information, or is that just another interface that could just be, something that the 1755 effort may pursue? And so that was something where there were some questions about how they should move forward with some of their efforts that they're currently pursuing, and just would like the work groups or the council members to be able to chime in.
So one of the thoughts I had as I'm looking through our focus areas is it seems that some of the areas are more of a council role versus more of a work group role, or a combination of both. So for example, the first one, assessing if water quality monitoring programs are designed and implemented to adequately address management questions, seems to me to be much more of a council level role, more of an overarching, broad-based, multi-work group kind of view of monitoring in the state, whereas I see number 2, establishing guidance on data quality and method consistency, and identifying where interpretation thresholds are needed are much more a work group function, only because you guys are the ones that, or the work groups are the ones that are more in the weeds in terms of the data that are available, what are the issues related to data quality and consistency that need to be addressed with a particular set of data or monitoring program. The fourth one, identifying emerging methods and technologies, seems to be a dual role to me, one that could come out of either the council or a working group or both. I'm thinking of the molecular methods work group was sort of formed in that way. It was a thought. Then it became a work group. Similarly, so that one seems to be a dual role to me. And then the communication plan is all about the council. So to me, it seems like 2 and 3 are main tasks that, as a person who doesn't sit on any of the working groups and I'm on the council, seems to me like, if I were queen, I'd say, hey, working groups, you need to be thinking about these things and reporting back to us as to what are these things that you're going to be working on with respect to the types of data that you're, how do you address those 2 items moving forward? So I'm just throwing out my thoughts as part of the discussion, so I'm happy to hear others. Go ahead, Steve.
So I generally agree with you, but I'll provide some subtlety of difference. And using number 1 as an example, I think what we just heard from Dan is that they're looking at where all of the flow monitoring stations are and where they're not. And I think that kind of goes to the design portion of what we're asking for. And I view us, the council, as the vehicle for transmitting what they come up with. So as for instance, somebody said, there's always a call for more flow gauging stations. And some of that's going to come out of legislature, come out of a variety of places. We seem like the appropriate vehicle to essentially communicate what the work groups have done. It wouldn't be us who would identify, where the greatest application of new gauging stations would be. That would be them. But we would be the ones to probably communicate that because we're the vehicle through which they would report. And so I guess what I'm saying is I agree with you, but I think it's less about us top down and us really becoming more the mouthpiece for the things that they're doing.
That could almost be part of the 5th bullet point.
Could be too.
Council's role in communication.
Well, and I guess I'll friendly amend my own suggestion, which is that I think the communications plan does need to be a council role and needs to also be a work group role. I mean, I think we need disciples everywhere, all speaking from the same choir book. So.
And this is just maybe a question to, I guess, both the council and the work groups, but something else that came up was, how should the council's work groups move forward in terms of their existing efforts that may not necessarily be in line with these focus areas? How could there be that opportunity for the work groups to make sure that they're in line with the council's new direction and these focus areas, and maybe have that opportunity to be able to kind of get that type of guidance. And would it be something where they should be tasked with that from the council to be able to say, please come up with, you know, some areas where you see opportunities, and then have that feedback loop?
I'll give one person's response to that. I think I want to see us be an empowering group, not a dictatorial group. And so to the extent that they see things that are beyond this, that they all feel that they can be collectively successful in, I wouldn't want to be the ones to say, don't do it. I think what we want to do is say, though, as a council, these are the things that we feel we need to get done. These are the things we would like you to work on. They do more than this. Fantastic.
That was one of the concerns, is that there was some concerns expressed that maybe this is maybe taking them away from some of the things that they maybe are strong and successful at. But I think that I think would be helpful for the work groups. I think that feedback is helpful.
But I would love to hear what those things are that aren't up there, because maybe those are things that should be transferred to other work groups. As you know, if they're finding success in it, we should learn from that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to stop the conversation really quickly because we're talking amongst ourselves.
I was going to say, yeah.
And we should identify who's on the phone, and make sure that we identify who the work group members are. We've had a few people join us here in the room as well. So let's just quickly go around to the folks who have joined us. Allie, I don't know if you were here when we did introductions.
Use the microphones.
Yes, and please use there's one that you can wander around the room.
Allie Dunn, co-chair of the Healthy Watersheds Partnership, but just, I guess, chair, like you, because it's just me.
So for these items, I encourage you guys to fill in the empty spots here at the table, only because this is intended to be a collaborative back and forth discussion with the working group. So please don't be shy. We won't make you talk if you don't want to, but we prefer that you do. So Alicia, you also joined us since introduction.
So Alicia Winslow, I'm from the Central Valley Water Board, the swamp coordinator there, and I'm here today as, I think, the remaining lead of the Inland Beaches work group.
I was here this morning during introductions, but I lead the beach water quality work groups. There's 2 north and south, and co-chair with Alicia and Eric Burris, the Safe to Swim work group.
And her name is Karen Black.
Oh, sorry.
If you didn't remember her voice from this morning. Back here, Michelle, please.
Hi, everyone. This is Michelle Tang. I'm an environmental scientist at the State Water Board in the Swamp Program, and I'm a member of the Inland Beaches Work Group.
And Betsy, you already introduced yourself. So Betsy's from DDW, and we'll talk about the drinking water portal. Let's see. You didn't introduce yourself earlier, so please. Come on. And you're welcome to sit at the table.
That's okay. I'm Erin Jones. I'm from KP Public Affairs, so we're just listening in on the conversation. Public.
And anyone else in the room that didn't already identify themselves as a work group lead? Yeah.
Sorry. Becky Stanton already introduced herself this morning, but she's one of the work group chairs for the CCHAB.
Great. And so then on the phone, who do we have?
Jay Davis from SFEI. I'm the chair of the Bioaccumulation Oversight Group.
All right, Jay Davis.
This is Dave Karen at USC, and I'm part of the CCHAB group.
Great, welcome.
This is Tony Hale.
Hi, and this is...
I serve Go ahead.
I think that was Tony Hale, I heard, from the Data Management Work Group.
That's right.
Great.
And this is Susie Thoreau again from SCWRP, and I'm the lead of the Molecular Methods Work Group.
Great. Do we still have Eric Burris on the line?
Yes, I'm available. Sorry, I had to step away and answer an urgent call.
Oh, no worries, no worries. And then I think so we've already heard from the Environmental Flows Work Group, and they aren't able to continue to attend today. And then it sounds like no one from the Wetland Monitor. I'm just trying to check off all of our working groups. So thanks. So I'm going to leave it open now for anyone on the phone that has some thoughts on the strategic focus areas and the impact or benefit or needs that you have of the council and the coordination with the council, and how we can support you, I guess, is really the key.
I have something. Hopefully you can. I just really need
You're
to
welcome.
Stand up right now.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes.
So this is Karen. This is Karen Black again. I'm standing up. That's why we were having microphone issues. So one question that we had, not just for the Safe to Swim, for the Safe to Swim work group, was how can the council, how would you want us to go about answering the question, is it safe to swim in our waters? Because I'll give the update in a minute about updating our charter, but we have a complete open book because we haven't written the charter yet. So how should we go about answering that? What things do you want us to incorporate? How should meetings be organized? Everything like that. So any thoughts are appreciated.
Thoughts?
I mean, was the question more in terms of organization of the group and the meeting, or are you actually wondering about how should you report out whether a site is safe to swim or not?
Yeah, I think more of the second. I mean, Eric Burris is the lead of the group, really, so he can jump in if he has any thoughts on that. But I think, yeah, how you want us to relay that information to, say, the public on the portal with the map that Michelle is going to talk about, I believe, or has developed at least, that you should all hopefully be aware of. Pretty much.
I think one of the things that the council's looking at the work groups for doing is to come up with thresholds.
Metrics.
Metrics, and then thresholds of those metrics that help educate, and whether it's a 6 classification scheme or a 2 classification scheme, good, bad, kind of leave it, not leave it up to your expertise, but actually use your expertise to have you come back to us and say, this is what we have confidence in. It's a 4 category system. We tried to go with 3, but 5 was too, whatever you come up with. And then obviously I think as a council, we'd review that, and then, but I mean, in some cases, you guys have some standards.
Yeah, so the beach group, I'm nice. Thinking of Alicia, and hopefully I don't put you on the spot, but so the beach groups under Title 17 Public Health Standards has thresholds for bacteria, but inland is largely kind of up in the air. I don't know if you want to speak to that or.
Yeah, so
bacteria provision.
Yeah, so the water board did just adopt bacteria objectives, which is huge as far as assessing whether a site is impaired over a longer term. But one of the things that the coastal beaches have is there's very clear guidance and actually requirements on how they monitor, when they monitor, how they report out on that, and there's actually different levels. What's that, AB 411 as opposed to bacteria objectives that the state board passed. That's something for poor Karen to deal with. But I know from an inland perspective, it's difficult for especially local agents because usually it goes to public health officials. So at the county level, either environmental health or public health, they have to decide, are they going to post a beach? What should it say? And that's something that there is no guidance for, and there's no funding for requirements currently in California.
So these are the kinds of issues exactly what we need to identify. I mean, I think one of the things that we keep bringing up is that the portals were a means to an end, not a means to just get data out and make it available, which of course is valuable and important, but it's also a means to evaluate what we can and can't say about the data because of the quality, because of data gaps, because of issues with lack of guidance for design. Those are the kinds of things that we would expect as part of number 2, I guess, data quality and method consistency that would come out of the working groups where we would then be able to communicate that up to either funding or do we need to get a contract with somebody that can help us create some guidance around these things? You know, whatever it is we need to do to address the issue, it seems like that kind of reporting is exactly what we want to hear.
Well, it also seems like a ripe opportunity to collaborate with the cyanobacterial harmful algal blooms network, who has the exact same issues with cyanobacteria, and they're both different types of bacteria, but they both are challenged with how do we prompt timely notification to the public to not recreate any water bodies based on information that we have. And I'm sure that that discussion and that linkage could be fostered, and then you could learn from what they've done. And they've provided, I mean, Becky can talk to it, they've provided not only recommended thresholds but also the documentation. Like, here we actually developed advisories, and here's 3 different types of advisories based on the level, and here we'll provide you the materials. You just need to go out there and do it. And then the next step, if you don't do it, our regional board staff will go out there and do it. Or we will we'll publicly shame you on Twitter. It's something like that. That's what happens.
But I mean, all the work groups have that problem. I mean, think about stream health. Is the stream healthy or not? And you think of the charge to them, right? Or safe to eat. Well, you've got but no, this council, the work groups don't have the authority to post an inland beach and say it's unsafe to swim. We don't have the authority to say don't eat this fish in this water body for this type of data, but we do have the means to, with expert recommendations and expert support, to say, here's the information we have, here's how it compares to maybe other standards, and here's how, and we're looking for your expertise. And, if we got to get epidemiologists involved or whatever.
So actually, I wanted to provide a little bit of background on the beach group. So the 2 beach working groups, Steve's kind of chuckling over there. He probably knows what I'm going to say. So the beach work groups are pretty unique in that they actually started before the Water Quality Monitoring Council was a thing, and they've been meeting since 98, 97. Steve Weisberg was part of those initial meetings, and there's very clear guidelines for measuring the bacteria thresholds for coastal beaches, posting them, which actually does not follow the newly adopted bacteria provisions because we're under Title 17, which is part of CDPH. I can go on for days if people want to hear more about that. But so the Safe to Swim work group is then kind of an umbrella that will include the inland work group, which has yet to include external stakeholders, and the 2 beach groups. And that's the type of venue that we're thinking about including the CC Hab group to come to the Safe to Swim group to have everybody in the room together. So the inland group and the 2 beach groups are kind of the meat of the details of the presentations and the data diving and how do we want to post a beach and the thresholds, those type of discussions. And then the Safe to Swim work group, we're thinking about bringing everybody together to talk about common issues statewide, common goals, things like that. So I guess I'm kind of going into 6E, if that's what we're doing now. So in the development of our charter, we want to define what the beach groups versus the inland group versus the Safe to Swim work group, what those different roles are, so we're not duplicating efforts. So I guess to clarify my question of asking guidance from the council is, how do you see this overarching umbrella, including coastal beaches and inland beaches, to bring discussions with all those stakeholders together, and what types of things, should we talk about that would be consistent for all of those beaches statewide?
So this is something that we've thought about a bit in OEMA, and the nature of your ask is, how do you take these existing things and smash them together and make sense of them so that they can work together, right? The other way to sort of think about it is, what if you didn't have those 3 things? What would you need to do the work? And there might be a hybrid solution somewhere in there where you might need to restructure a little bit of, call something a special committee instead of a work group or what have you. But there's going to be common grounds. And so one of the common grounds that we've talked about my whole career also is risk communication, and that's not going to go away. And I don't know if we have a lot of expertise on either the council or within the groups. So there may be a need to sort of form a thing that's really good at risk communication. And then there's this whole threshold thing that's going to require the expertise of the context of cyanobacteria toxins versus pathogens and what have you. So, you're going to maybe have to parse it out a little bit rather than just smash the three groups together at first. But the first step would be to say, okay, we got, what players do we have in the room? What kind of structure do we currently have? But there might be a next step of reorganizing that a little bit too.
Hey, Greg,
yeah.
thanks for that. One of the big issues we have is risk communication, especially for our inland waters where we don't have a lot of data and it's not an ongoing monitoring project. It's very spotty and there's huge gaps in the record. And how do we use that data to inform the public? And that's something that has been discussed at most of our meetings when it comes to, okay, what do we do with this information? How do we inform the data, use that data to inform the public correctly? And that's where we definitely need some guidance from the council.
This is Becky with CC Hub and OEHA, and I would say from both those hats, I think one of the, I don't know if tension's the right word, but there's a balance, and I think this would apply on beaches as well, between what becomes an agency product and what becomes a CC Hub product, at least for our work group. And so I think there's a fine line, particularly if you're talking about like standards or thresholds or things like that. And so that's one of the things we've been trying to balance. Whereas like for CC Hub, it was like an OEHA document that then got adopted by CC Hub, or it's like signs that were vetted through CDPH because that's their sort of wheelhouse, but then got adopted by CC Hub. So I think there's some balance there of like who might put the sort of expertise stamp on it, and then the broader sort of group vets that and then adopts that. But I think we've still sort of been balancing, like, so whose logo goes on this, and maybe we get a new CTAB logo, but sort of that has been something I think that's still evolving, and now we have new co-chairs and we're starting to balance that out. But I think that's another theme, or maybe a comment on some of these focus areas that I think is a balancing act I've at least personally been trying to navigate.
So I really appreciate that comment, because it's something that is a difficult thing to communicate in terms of, okay, we're the water boards. Are you going to put this in my permit? There's a lot of worry about what we mean by the thresholds that are needed to interpret data. And I think the beauty of the working groups is that you do have the multiple perspectives and the flexibility to think outside of your agency boxes to come up with something that makes sense for everyone to use. And gosh, if the water boards decide to go down a path of creating some standards or something like that, they're welcome to take that information and move on with a rulemaking. But you have more of a flexibility to just use your expert judgment at the working group level. So I thank you for that comment.
Well, and you may find too that, it's not about posting a beach or putting a official advisory. You may find that the best thing you have is the ability to give it a letter grade, which is going back to the whole risk-based thing. And that with the information, and it's all going to be different with each work group and what people feel when they get through there. But once again, that communicates valuable information to the public. It might not tell them if on this day and in this minute if it's safe to swim or not, but it gives them an idea that, hey, my risk is probably lower here than here, or at this time of year instead of that time of year. There's a million ways to do it, and I wouldn't think of it as if we don't have standards, how are we going to post a beach, or how are we going to do because that's really not our purview as a council or as a work group. It may turn into that. Your efforts may actually, like Karen said, may actually be taken up and gone through that process, which would be a great thing. But so that would be the other way, is to look at it as a instead of a bright line, good, bad, maybe you have a multiple category risk-based approach.
So what I'd like to see, you Alicia, enumerated a number of things that you need in order to get to a place where you can combine data that's collected inland. I'm sure that you guys could come up with a laundry list of, this is what we need to get to where we need to be able to combine data sets in a meaningful way that people can use to determine risk and post beaches or whatever it is they need to do. So that seems to me that list of needs is a valuable product that can come out of the working groups that I think, I don't know if all of the working groups kind of see it that way, or I'd be interested to hear some feedback on that idea, but it seems to me that number 2 is making an assessment of what are your needs in terms of data quality, what are your needs in terms of method consistency, what kinds of things could you accomplish if you had some contract dollars for somebody to figure out how are they doing it in other states, what are some other guidance documents that are available, how, whatever it is, it seems we could be a voice for the working groups to try to get those resources to it. But what we need to know, you guys are the ones dealing with the data and dealing with the issues, and so we need a mechanism for communicating that.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think this is the charge of the work groups to identify challenges and then also take the next step and maybe outline some recommendations to address those challenges and then present those to the council for feedback. Here's our challenge. Here's what we think we could do to address that challenge. There are several options. Which one do you think is feasible, and which ones should we pursue, or which ones are unreasonable and we should jettison? And I think that's the kind of the feedback loop that the work group should be thinking about when they're facing challenges like this particular work group is, the inland beaches group. And also you can communicate with the coastal beaches and say, okay, well, you have a legislation involved. How is that working for you? How has that worked over the last few decades? It's always, I always hear that it's not, the advisories aren't quick enough. The information is not coming quick enough. How is technology advancing, with modeling efforts to address that, outside of legislation, where we can come in and provide a visualization that communicates risk in a more real-time manner.
So I think I heard somebody trying to jump in on the phone at some point. I want to make sure you all have a good opportunity to contribute to the discussion. So are there any work group members on the phone that have thoughts they'd like to share?
This is Tony Hale of the Data Management Work Group. I can go ahead and contribute some ideas. I'm mindful, though, that we have limited time. Just so I understand how much more time we have on this item, I don't want to hog more than my share.
So this item was to go an hour, and I believe we initiated it around 20 minutes after 1. So I was just, rule of thumb, going to go to about 20 minutes after 2 and then turn back to the work group updates.
Okay,
so how much time do you need, Tony?
I just need about an hour and a half, so I think I'm good. Just kidding. No, I'll take just 5 minutes.
Yeah, go, please.
I'll take just 5 minutes. So the Data Management Work Group, it was created after the Water Quality Monitoring Council was created. So unlike some of the beach work groups that we heard from earlier, it was created explicitly to help facilitate some of the solutions that might be developed to address technical challenges that the work groups face. Over the years that we've been in existence, the Data Management Work Group has sought to, we built a catalog of the different portals at one point to help those work groups that are emerging get a sense of what available technologies are out there, what technologies have been used, to what effect. We pursued a kind of standards development effort, but we kind of took a different direction at a point about 3 years ago, when this was just before the passage of 1755 that we were discussing earlier. And we started pursuing things that kind of bridged beyond the work groups to more of the interagency approach. And we advocated for things like data management plans, digital object identifiers. Those things might be kind of obscure terms for some people, but they have begun to take hold in various ways. In the different agencies have really now pursued these ideas of data management plans in particular. And so we kind of recognize that we've had some influence, to a certain degree on the conversation that can help to looking at the kind of the last point on this about empowering work groups to focus less on data accessibility and more on that conversion into information. I think what we've been doing is we've kind of been lurking in that interstitial space between data and information. That is, by focusing on the data management plans and other things like data quality standards, what we've tried to do is to alleviate some of the pain that people feel as they engage data that don't really have proper metadata associated with them, or that are inadequately documented, in other words, or that are kind of unlike in ways that aren't very useful, and try to encourage a really kind of a bit of a cultural shift towards these efforts of documentation, knowing that it kind of goes beyond the individual work groups and more into a kind of interprogram and interagency realm. And so that's been kind of a recent shift for us. And I think if looking at the strategic focus areas, I think the data management work group has an opportunity here to lend some support to those intergroup communications where we can be not an obstacle, but instead a facilitator of some technical refinement to the discussion and a technical resource where it would be appropriate because of our emphasis on kind of the technical staff that are associated with the work group. So we're heavy on the technology side, less so on the kind of programmatic side. And so I think it does kind of working in partnership with these other work groups. It's possible for us to kind of try to grease the skids, as it were, for these conversations where we're not kind of getting in the way, but where we're trying to lend some effort to provide more specificity to some of the technical challenges.
Hey, Tony, it's Greg.
Hey, Greg.
That's an excellent point. So I really think going back, sort of linking that link to the prior conversation and parsing out the work that's maybe needed on that specific safe to swim ask, there's going to be obviously these data collection and data standard issues and needs too. So finding a way to link the ask to these existing work groups and resources, and then maybe Tony, there's a way to brainstorm on how do we get work done in a work group when maybe it's not a purview of a member of a work group to work on microbiology data, but it's considered sort of monitoring council data work, and so that they have permission to work on something that's maybe a little bit outside of their zone, so that we could get like a working group concept to work to produce products that are useful to other work groups that need them. And, so thinking outside that box a little bit, how do we do that? But I think we have a lot of the pieces in place, and that's just another example of how they tie together. And I was going to throw out the suggestion, and it's a good place to do it. It's been helpful for me to use the data lifecycle timeline in my head to organize what the project activities are needed. And so, like, obviously on the collection side, there's methodologies and data standards and things like that. But on the reporting out, that's where you start bringing in the need for a threshold to turn it into useful information and then communicate it as a risk product. And so, like, the timeline really helps me to sort of think about that. And maybe the council could organize some of its resource work group committees, whatever they're called, in that kind of a fashion so that they could plug and play and be useful across topical areas, because it may be that the data standards experts in one area would be useful, even though they're not microbiology experts. They might be useful in other areas too.
I think so, Greg. And just to kind of reiterate what may be obvious to people, as we talked about earlier, a lot of the work groups are, or at least the way that they're advertised, are potentially overlapping in certain areas, whether it's kind of the analytes that emerge from their analysis, or whether it's a kind of even pulling from some of the same data sources. And so there is a hazard in the conditions that we have these new work groups who are doing fine work and moving very quickly, that they might also be establishing either implicit standards and practices or explicit ones that might run at odds with some other work groups. And so having some greater coordination where appropriate could really, on the one hand, avoid some conflicts that might otherwise emerge, or to kind of speed up the development so that people aren't kind of recreating the wheel or kind of arguing over the same issues in different contexts.
So Karen, I think Tony and his data management work group are an interesting kind of exception to the committee. So I want to take a minute or two to comment on the groups that reported before him, because I think there's a lot of clarity there. And then we talk about where I see a little bit less clarity with Tony's group. In terms of the groups that reported before, I loved what I heard, because the thought process we had as a council is that we were spending way too much time on trying to put together a portal for data and not enough time on doing the things that you were talking about. So in a sense, you see these goals are very much oriented to what you're talking about. And I really see what the value the council is bringing is maybe three things. One, we're providing a forum for bringing together people who don't otherwise have the opportunity to talk and solve these problems. So you brought up in the beach, you've got people who monitor beaches from the health department. You've got people who monitor them from the NGOs. You've got people who monitor them from the stormwater agencies. You've got people you got to find a way for them to talk and figure out how they come together, whether that coming together is on methods, whether that coming together is on locations, whether that coming together is on how you post a sign or when you post a sign or where you post a sign. If we create a forum for that dialogue, then we're doing good. And you don't need us other than to say, here's a reason, we help you exist, and maybe get a little bit of help from Nick to organize meetings. And I think, so I'm hearing that, and I'm hearing that in a lot of the groups. Clearly, we heard that from the environmental flow group, and I'm aware of it happening in many of the other groups. And I'm even seeing it in the new groups we're creating, like the genomic methods group. Then there's a second purpose, which I heard elucidated today, which is we are your mouthpiece for when you need something, when you can't get it done. Essentially, we become the voice up to the agency secretary. In this case, it's probably going to be more like one agency secretary, but maybe not. Maybe it'll be even more than that. What do you need to get it done? Why can't you get it done? And in a sense, what we see our role is taking all of you, you bringing forward, here are, one meeting a year, like, what are your biggest needs? And then us kind of sorting and sifting through those and going, okay, so what should we be recommending to the agency secretary? We're formed by that. We become that voice, and whether that's a contract that helps you get that done, or whether it's just empowering staff to get done. Those are the second thing. The third thing is the connection to AB 1755. So I see those as all happening. I'm hearing wonderful things, and maybe we'll hear more when we do the updates. The difference with Tony is, and not Tony individually. Tony's great. Well, he's different too. The difference is that Tony's group was formed when the goal was to create the portals, and we needed a support group that helped us support the working groups, coordinate across the working groups so that a portal could be created. In a lot of ways, that's now being subsumed by, or has the potential to be subsumed by 1755. I think as a council, we've even said we'd like to see it subsumed under 1755, whether it will or not. So I think what we need to do is maybe have an agenda item at our next meeting that really looks at what is the role of that work group. I think the roles of the other work groups are clear, and I'm hearing them buy into that role. We'll talk more, obviously, to see. But I think with Tony's group, we need to rethink what the role is. Would you agree with that, Tony?
I think that's fair. I think what, that maybe, and I don't mean to point you out as different, Steve, but one of the, maybe even a more succinct way to say it is that the data management work group is a bit like the Water Quality Monitoring Council insofar as we're in a support role for all the other work groups.
Exactly.
So, as you said, Steve, earlier, we should be in the business of empowering. And that's, I think, the role for the data management work group as well. So kind of the way that I've always seen the distinction between what the Water Quality Monitoring Council does as a whole and then what the data management work group does in their respective support, is that the data management work group really specializes in some of the technical details. And so there have been cases where the Water Quality Monitoring Council has explicitly called on the help of the data management work group to facilitate a discussion, to advance certain things. And that's been, that has been productive. But I believe it is very appropriate to have an agenda item whereby we can talk about the future of the data management work group. I would welcome that.
Okay, so any other thoughts on this integration with the strategic focus from the work group members? Is this in line with the kinds of things that you're working on? Did it totally throw a hitch in your giddy-up?
Hey, Karen, this is Jay.
Yeah.
I've been trying to think of a way to efficiently talk about, my unique work group. I think they're all unique in certain ways, but I think it would be best to do my update to provide some context and then kind of address the focus area topic. So if we could maybe save a couple minutes to add on to after my update, I think that would be good.
Well, why don't we, I like that suggestion. Why don't we start with the updates, and maybe, I know this isn't something you were necessarily asked to do as part of your update, but if you have some thoughts and ideas as you're presenting what your work group has done and where you're going about these strategic focus areas and how that might change your direction moving forward, let's add that kind of to the end of each of your updates. So why don't we now then turn to that, and we've got, it's 10 minutes after 2. Hold on, I just want to time check to make sure I know what I'm looking for here. Our next item was to start just a little bit before the end of the meeting. So we've pretty much got a solid hour and a half, I think, to go through the rest of the work group updates. So what, should we just start from A?
I think the CC Hab, Becky Stan, has a meeting at 2:30, so she's requested to go first.
Okay, so you're going to be required to add on to your work group your work group update, so that we can get some good fodder for discussion. So thank you.
Thanks. And I know Dave's on the line too, so I had a few bullets, and then Dave, if you want to add anything after that. So again, Becky Stan, myself, Dave Karen, and Sarah Ryan were, I guess, nominated and then had no opposition to our election. So we all became new co-chairs. And so we've been trying to get more familiar with what those roles are and provide an opportunity to sort of see how things might evolve with new leadership. So we did a member survey. We tried to send that out to, and we have a pretty broad LIRIS listserv, and then we have a smaller group that participates actively in each meeting. So we sent that out, and I think we got like 30 responses, about approximately, on that. So we're just going through what those responses mean and how we might address the concerns and the recommendations of the individuals through that as new co-chairs to sort of adopt new steps in terms of some logistical stuff, but also what content people are most interested in, maybe why we don't have more membership on our subcommittees, and how to encourage more participation that way. One of the things that we have been doing, I guess at least equally or maybe more so recently, is trying to kind of bring in speakers. And so maybe that's something that's been equally before, but learning from other states. I know this is one of the things that I did coming into this job, was to try to learn from other programs, and I think that's been really useful. So we've had someone from Oregon Health Authority talk about some of their lessons learned from the Salem drinking water incident. So, this is a really evolving field with a lot of things going on.
all at once across the country. So we think that's been really useful. We had 2 people the last meeting from New York State in terms of how they do their HAB monitoring and then how they deal with HAB-related illnesses. So that was also useful. So I think that's something that we'll be trying to continue to learn is share experiences across states. And I think that's something that's nice through that forum of these working groups to be able to have that forum. One of the other things we've also been working on is some increased coordination between the co-chairs and the individual subcommittees that we have, and to try to sort of revitalize or just try to make sense of how many of those are still active. Maybe some are not, or maybe there are some new ones that we want to sort of invigorate. So that's something we're taking on, and then an increased focus on trying to coordinate across the different pieces of related monitoring. So not just cell counts or toxins, but also who are collecting information that's relevant to HAB. So I think that'll be definitely an avenue for where we want to work more across work groups to try to bring in. So who knows about flows, because those can influence HABs, or who's knowing about, what other risks might be present, so that we make sure we're being consistent in how we're messaging. So I think that's going to be important. So that's kind of the update I had through that. Dave, was there anything else you wanted to add, or on the chart about strategic focus?
Actually, I think you covered it really well. I think the idea of bringing speakers in was sort of, don't reinvent the wheel idea. We can learn from others rather than trying to generate our own ideas alone. We did talk and have talked quite a bit about sort of examining the subcommittees, perhaps reorganization, perhaps maybe sundowning some, maybe spinning up others. We need to think more about that, and within the context of the speakers, we also have talked about kind of having topic-focused meetings as opposed to just all over the map, and maybe guided by or maybe even led by some of the subcommittee activities. I think that was it. You covered it really well.
I guess I didn't really have any specific things other than for what I broached. Ali, do you have any thoughts on more on that?
No, I don't have too much to add. I'm trying to think of just another example. So looking at those focus areas, what CCHAB has been really helpful for is everyone wants to know what to do about HABs from the water management perspective. And as the water board, we don't have regulations. And so we have to walk kind of this on the balance of providing advice on that. We don't really, but through CCHAB and the mitigation subcommittee, there's been a lot of really good information shared there and provided that forum that otherwise we're lacking at the water board. So I think that's a good use of that strategic area within CCHAB, but you covered it perfectly, so that's all I got.
It's a big add, both a comment and a question. The comment is, I loved hearing the range of things that you're working on, because it's entirely consistent with the things that are up there, which is part of what we're trying to get after today. Is this a good set of essentially directives for things to work on? The other thing I really like is you talked about your 3 co-chairs. I think that diversity of backgrounds and drivers is exactly what we're looking for. So fantastic. I don't know whether the rest of your committee includes that level of diversity, but if the chairs are any suggestion, then it's a good start. The question for you is, one of the things that we talked about when we developed this list is that, again, in that role of being the mouthpiece up, we're thinking about, one of the meetings each year would be where we ask each of the committees to say, these are the top 2 or 3 things we need to get our job done. That could be, we need essentially a regulatory structure, so it could be we need funding, it could be we need certain people at the table who aren't at the table, we need somebody to cajole them. Are those things that you all feel that this group is going to be comfortable providing?
I think that's something we could come up at a future meeting, and I think either, whatever the council's pleasure, if it's
the same thing with all the groups together, or if it's, you know, this is your upcoming meeting where we'd want that from you, with whatever the preference is. But yeah, I think that's something that we could do.
Because I think our vision is that we would brief the agency secretary once a year and say, these are our work groups, these are the things that they feel are the biggest impediments to providing the kinds of information that you need to manage. And then, of course, we as the council will have to vet and kind of sort, because we can't walk in with 63. But we're hoping that the individual groups will feel comfortable bringing those things up. And I guess as the other groups come up, I'd like to ask that question. You know, do you see your role as being able to do that? Do you think you'll be able to get to the point of providing those kinds of recommendations?
I mean, one of the things I was thinking, it might be applicable to some of the others too, is I'm sure in your work group you've got some well-monitored lakes that you feel pretty good about, that, you know, we can make a pretty decent assessment and inform the public and feel reasonably confident with it. And then I'm sure there's other places where you don't have enough information or enough data. And I guess the question would be to come, you know, is, you know, we need 4 sampling events per month during the swim season at all these water bodies. If you want a system that would, you know, educate the public and provide useful information, or, you know what, we could do it with 1 as long as it was at the peak, you know, kind of come up with that kind of, those type of asks, and, or thresholds. You know, we've looked through what the World Health Organization and other states, and none of it's really appropriate. We can't decide. We have no idea. We just need more expertise, and we probably got to find out what, you know, what type of threshold would be best, if it should be an instantaneous or, you know, whatever you may come up with. But, you know, because I think that's one of the big issues with all of these is there's going to be parts of the state that, you know, that won't be assessed, and there'll be parts of the state that are incredibly assessed in different areas. And I guess the question is, what's it going to take to do it, you know, to accomplish that? And you know.
I guess I'll take a shot at this. There are very few water bodies that are regularly monitored. I think we've listed like East Bay Parks, Klamath, Clear Lake. And so, yeah, the DWR, and then qualitatively in the Delta. And so, and I know within the context of the mapping, we talked about maybe like 2 weeks max-ish is about how long we'd want to trust a data point. So I think the reality is we know, well, I'll just say from my own hat, one of the things I looked at before was the states that seem to be able to do this is they're bringing in a lot of different data sources. And then, like we've talked about earlier, providing consistency in terms of guidance and support that allow that. So I know other states have done it. Most of the time, it's not an individual program that has the resources to cover that entire state. It's that they're bringing in, you know, citizen science data and agency data and nonprofit data. And then sometimes they make the connection in with like the fecal bacteria monitoring, so that for people going to the same sites, they can monitor at the same time. But I think the opportunity is sort of piece those together, but I don't think it's just a matter of saying we could set up a framework of this is how many times you should monitor, because I think just the ask of what that would mean is incredible. So I think maybe the framework of trying to facilitate opportunities that help bring in different data sets and keep moving forward on our, you know, response plan and guidance document and mapping, I think are all going to help us move that direction. But I don't think it's just a matter of saying that some ask would get us to every water body being managed on the timely basis.
Okay, so I'm going to have to get us moving on, or we're not going to get to all of the work groups. So are we going to go back to A now?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Becky.
So that's Susie.
Hi. Okay. Great. Okay, so I just wanted to start by saying that I have really appreciated this conversation about this strategic focus. And I think especially because our work group is in its infancy, I think it'll really help us kind of set our sights on how we can get this work group to be as productive and as valuable a resource as possible. So that's been really great to listen in on. So anyways, let's get started. My name is Susie Thoreau, and I'm an ecologist at SCORP, and so I'll be giving you a brief update on the development of the newly formed molecular methods work group. You can go to the next slide, please. And so just in case anyone wasn't at our previous meeting, just as for a little bit of a refresher, we have a couple key objectives of this work group, and they really are just bringing a number of different agency, academic, industry, tribal, and nonprofit members together, all to the table at the same time. Folks that are either practitioners of molecular or DNA-based methods, or that might wish to be, or that could be involved in the eventual implementation of a number of these different DNA-based methods for either regulatory or statewide monitoring purposes. So we have a couple key goals, which are focused on developing recommended protocols and best practices for DNA sampling and processing and analyzing of DNA data. Also communicating these recommendations and providing training materials through the forthcoming website for the work group. And then also just really serving to promote the coordination among the different work group members and the different agencies that we interact with to facilitate some new research collaborations, and hopefully also to improve the sampling efficiency of all of the DNA work that's going on across the state. So the next slide, please. So the last time that we met, we just laid out a couple of goals for the work group to tackle. And so the first thing was just to begin contacting all the potential members of the work group, and then also have these members start to drum up a list of priority topics that the work group can be focused on in both the near and the long term, and then also to get around to scheduling our first meeting so that we can all start drawing up that list of priority topics. So this slide here just shows you the catalog of our current list of individuals who have agreed to participate in the work group. And we have about 30 folks so far, and pretty good diversity of agency, academic, and industry representation. Right now, the group is largely California-based researchers, and with some broader national members and one international member who's heavily involved in a European method standardization initiative. So I'm excited to have her on board. And so one thing that I really want to highlight about this membership list is that it will be ever evolving. And so one of my asks to the council would be, if you see anyone that you think is missing from this list, or anyone that you think of would be great to have involved in the work group, please feel free to reach out to me and refer this person for inclusion in the work group. That would be greatly appreciated. All right, if there are no questions there, then the next slide. So like I said, one of our key tasks was to start to lay out the priority research topics for the work group. And so this is now a shared document that the members of the work group have been working on. And so we have the outline of our priority topics here. And this includes actions such as developing a catalog of where and how DNA samples are being collected across California, which will help to leverage an effort that was already jump-started by a questionnaire that was sent out by the Water Board earlier this year. And then also we have a bulk of the work group's attention potentially focused in these early years on developing some recommended sampling protocols and best practices that can be shared with a broader user and research community. I think that that's something that we could potentially be spending a lot of time on, could be really valuable. And so in general, if you're interested in exploring everything that we've laid out in this priority list any further, I've provided a hyperlink here in the corner. So when you get these slides, feel free to take a look over this document. And again, if there's anything that you think is missing or that you would want to further explore, please feel free to reach out to me. I'd be happy to make any changes, as this is still an evolving topic and will be something that will be focused on in our first meeting of the work group. So that leads us to the next slide, where we have our first meeting of the work group is scheduled officially for December 17th in the morning. And so we have a couple key topics that we'll be covering on our agenda. First off, we'll just be doing introductions. I've been able to reach out to a number of the members of the work group and have individual one-on-one conversations, but many of these work group members haven't necessarily met before, so it'll be a great chance just to introduce everybody and their different research interests or areas of expertise. And then we'll also just be reviewing kind of the motivations for forming this work group. We'll review this priority topics document that I just showed you and do any final edits on that before we share it with the council. And then we'll also start to sketch out a timeline for how we can begin to address all of these different key products that we want to be developing. We'll talk about what we might expect in terms of time commitments and participation for all of the different work group members. And then also it would be great to be brainstorming different opportunities for seeking out funding support for some of the work group efforts. And so just my last slide. As I mentioned, there would be a couple of things that would be great to get feedback from the council on. Like I said, if there are any additional member recommendations, please feel free to send them my way. I'm happy to reach out to anyone to be involved in the work group. And then likewise, feel free to explore that list of the priority topics that we've laid out so far. And we'd be especially interested to hear if there were any items that you would really want to prioritize to something that we tackle in the first year. And the first meeting that we'll be having will be a webinar, and we'll record it, and then we'll be posting that with all the slides to the forthcoming work group website. And that's it from me. I'm happy to take any questions.
This is Greg. This is a dumb question. Sorry. Great to see the progress, Susie. I'm super excited about this, and well done. But the name is molecular. And I heard you referred to it as genomic earlier also. And then eDNA was kind of what I was colloquially calling it.
Okay, sure, yeah.
Does molecular bring in the bioanalytical? Is that why we're going with molecular, or is it just another way to describe all of what I just said?
I think, the latter. So I think molecular does a good job of being kind of the umbrella. And then genomics could sit under there, eDNA sampling, metabarcoding, barcoding, qPCR methods, they could all sit under the molecular title. So hopefully it's a good catch-all for everything that we think this work group could focus on.
So then the follow-up would be, does the future emergence of bioanalytical methods have a home in this work group, or is that totally different in terms of looking at the effects, estrogenic effects and things like that? Just curious.
Oh, so that's a good question. I think that's something that we could definitely bring up with the work group and see if that's something that people want to focus on. I don't think that that's come up in our conversations previously. So we could definitely just keep that in mind if it's something that we want to be tackling. I think thus far we've really been focused on sampling and bioinformatics protocols, things along those lines.
I suspect it'll be a different work group for the bioanalytical techniques than the work group she has.
Okay.
So we can.
I was getting all excited thinking my klutzy engineer brain was actually useful for a minute there, but because molecular to me implies all sorts of molecular level of things. Okay.
Got it. Yeah.
Cool.
Thanks.
So Taryn, a quick comment for me. I couldn't be more pleased. I just think that the list of topics is exactly what we had in mind, of the kind of thing the work group could do. Actually, Nick, are you able to go back to the slide that had the participants? I just think this is absolutely outstanding. It's exactly what we hope to do. And again, the worst of all worlds would be, I see Fish and Wildlife on there. I see academics on there. I see State Board on there. If they all start approaching this in a different way and start using the amount of time it's going to take to bring them all back together at the back end is huge. The amount of time to coordinate at the front end, much less. And so I just think this is absolutely wonderful. And again, the agencies are always looking for, how do I get the stakeholders involved? How do I get the scientists involved? This is such a wonderful cross-section, even including consulting firms. So congratulations.
And this is Chris. Just to add to that, I totally agree, and I think that this is a great list of folks as a starting point for this group. One thing, Susie, just to add is Melinda Bearwald is now actually at DWR. She's no longer with UC Davis. So
DWR. Okay,
yeah,
great.
it's another state agency that is involved.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm. And she also has connections with the Interagency Ecological Program and being able to connect those efforts as well, which brings in other folks as well.
That's great. Okay, great. Yeah, we also have Sarah Stinson, I believe, is involved, at least tangentially in the IEP, but so it'll be so good to have them involved.
Yeah, great.
At that angle. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for your efforts.
Hi,
Been fun. Great. Yeah.
Yes, Susanna. Greg Schumer's giving a webinar for my collaboration network group this month.
Yeah.
Or, later. Would you like to give a introduction to the molecular methods work group as part of that webinar?
Yeah. Sure. Sounds great.
I'll follow up with you.
Oh yeah, shoot me an email. Thanks a lot.
All right, any other comments or questions? Okay, then let's move on to the next one, which is Jay Davis, the Bioaccumulation Oversight Group.
Okay, yeah, I want to explain how the Bioaccumulation Oversight Group, or BOG, is unique. One of the unique things about it is that the BOG has a dual role. The BOG has two hats, in other words, so that's why I have the two logos on this slide. The first hat, which is approximately 90% of what we do, is this group provides technical oversight and peer review of SWAMP's statewide bioaccumulation monitoring. And then the other 10% is going towards more council-oriented activities. The BOG started as a SWAMP group in 2006, and then in 2009 also became a work group of the council. The main thing that the BOG's been doing in recent years related to the council is feeding data into maintaining and developing the Safe to Eat portal. So next slide. So I want to talk about the monitoring, some quick highlights on the monitoring first. And this map is from the portal, from the data and trends page of the portal, showing all of the water bodies that have been monitored since 2007 when we began monitoring under SWAMP. Most of these data points have been generated by SWAMP. We've been sampling annually. The primary focus has been on sport fish. We did a couple years worth of work on wildlife as well, but aside from that, it's been focused on sport fish. We've been covering all of the key water body types, lakes and reservoirs, rivers and streams, and the coast, including bays and harbors. The budget that we have that funds my involvement in my leading of the work group and funds the monitoring has gotten leaner and leaner over the years. The program's gotten leaner and meaner, I would say. I think we're making very good use of the funds that we've got. But one of the limitations that we have in terms of trying to take on different sorts of coordination tasks that might be more council-oriented is that, as a contractor, I need to be able to bill my time, and the current budget doesn't really go much further than the monitoring-related tasks, the coordination of the group, the design of the sampling plans, and then reporting and communication on the results. We have very strong peer review. We've got a great panel of science advisors that have been with us from the beginning of the program. The faces have changed a little bit over the years, but we have strong peer review. We produce reports on each years of data, and then we provide access to the information and the data through the portal, and I'll kind of explain what I mean by those terms later. We've had a lot of impact in terms of water quality regulation. A lot of, we're in the hundreds of water bodies that have been added to the 303D lists, and also in the hundreds of fish advisories that have been generated based on, largely on data generated by the bog. Next slide. What we're currently up to this year, we're sampling the coast, the coastal waters and bays and harbors. This is the second round of sampling on the coast. The first round was in 2009 and 10. And for higher priority water bodies, we're trying to resample them on a 10-year cycle. So the coast is in that priority category, and lakes and reservoirs are as well, and I'll talk more about that in the next slide. But highlights of this work, and both the first round and the current round, coordination is a big highlight here, where we're coordinating closely with the Southern California Bite Monitoring Program. As we did before, we start sampling in the south and then work our way north. With this round, the Bite program is contributing a very significant amount of analytical work on the effort. They're analyzing all of the organic contaminants, and that's the more expensive category of analytes. And the bog swamp program is basically covering the fish collection, which is also it's actually the most expensive part of the monitoring. Getting out there and getting the fish is very labor intensive, but it's a great collaboration with the Bite program. Also, as in round one, we're coordinating with the San Francisco Bay Regional Monitoring Program, which basically covers the monitoring in San Francisco Bay, but that monitoring is happening in 2019, right in the middle of the two years in which this coastal bog monitoring is happening. In 2020, SWAMP will be monitoring the central and north coasts. We're skipping, you'll understand why we're skipping 2019 when I get to the next slide. But through the collaboration of these three major programs, we cover the entire coast. We produce a consistent data set for the entire coast, and we'll be able to report on contaminants in fish for the entire coast. Next slide. Okay, the other major component of bog monitoring is long-term bass lake monitoring. Our monitoring has identified a very pervasive problem with bioaccumulation in lakes and reservoirs. In particular, mercury is a major concern across the state. So we've had the regional water boards identify 190 lakes that have largemouth bass that are their highest priorities for monitoring. These water bodies are their highest priorities for monitoring. And in order to kind of spread get the work done with the available annual allotments of funding, we've broken the 190 lakes into 5 groups. We call them panels, and we march through one panel every other year. So this is our third round. We began in 2015. In 2019, we'll be on panel 3. The colors of the dots indicate which panel the lake is part of. And since we randomized the selection of the lakes in each panel, each time we go out, we get a representative average concentration of mercury in these lakes for that year. So this is really the first statewide data set we'll have for tracking trends in mercury bioaccumulation at a regional scale. Meanwhile, the primary thing we're doing here is revisiting each of these lakes on a 10-year cycle, but by doing it in a systematic way, we're also getting at statewide trend. Next slide. Okay, and I also wanted to talk about the Safe to Eat portal, and I think we have a good system set up for getting our data and some selected other data sets that where the data are in CDN displayed on the Safe to Eat portal. Shelley Walther has catalyzed some kind of reassessment of how well the portal is working, and she pointed out some problems with how we're presenting the data on the portal, so that we've got a couple of parts of the portal are shown here. One is access to information on fish consumption advisories. This is basically leading to an OEHA webpage. So that's, I'll elaborate more on this, but that's sort of the information part of the portal. And then the contaminant levels and long-term trends is the map that SFEI created that provides access to the data for each individual water body. And Shelley pointed out that there's a problem in some cases where, because of the limitations of the data that are available on CDN, just looking at the data can give you the wrong message about whether it's safe to eat fish in a particular area. So we had discussion about that, and I'll tell you how we're planning on addressing that. Next slide. Communicating information on fish contamination is it's complicated and it's challenging, but we're fortunate with our fish data that we work closely with OEHA, and they're doing lately they've been doing a great job of taking our data and developing advisories, and a lot of work both regionally and in California and nationally has gone into coming up with ways of communicating this information in an effective way, but it's complicated. There are different human populations, which are indicated by the two different columns on the left side. There are a lot of different fish species, and the different fish species have different levels of contamination. So OEHA has taken their best shot at simplifying this information and generated these posters that a lot of development work has gone into trying to relay this information in as simple a form and effective a form as possible. So when I refer to information in terms of the BOG, the BOG results, these advisories are the best form of information. This is what we want. We want the public to spend their mental energy trying to understand and to take with them when they go out and collect fish, and not only it's not only about avoiding contamination, but it's also about focusing on the fish that on fish that have lower contaminant concentrations and provide a great source of nutrition and omega-3 fatty acids. So it's not, fish are, we want to actually encourage fish consumption, but just have the public focus on the fish with lower amounts of chemicals. This advisory is a statewide advisory for lakes and reservoirs, which is a direct result of swamp monitoring. This is the general advisory for lakes and reservoirs without site-specific advice. And then there are specific advisories for many water bodies as well. Next slide. And then there's similar advice for the coast. The species diversity is even greater on the coast. I'm only showing, they don't combine the different human populations into one poster for the coast. Because there's not enough room on on the page to do that. But similarly, the bog data have been the key data set in generating this coast-wide advisory for California. Next slide. So what we want to do as a result of the discussion stimulated by Shelley is put the focus more on the fish consumption advisories. So we'll be redesigning this page to more prominently focus the reader's attention on the first box. It will make that box bigger, more prominent. We'll have text that points more to make it very clear that what we want people to look at are the advisories. And again, OEHA has done a great job now where there's advisories in place for a lot of the water bodies in the state. We'll point them towards the statewide advice where there isn't site-specific advice. And we'll de-emphasize the other boxes like the data and trends page. OEHA is an active part of the BOG. We've talked about some enhancements to their map to make it better visually and also have some clarifying text. And then SFEI is going to make some improvements to the data and trends map, which is shown in a thumbnail shown in that second box. So that's all in the works. Our next meeting is our annual review panel meeting, which will be in February. It hasn't been scheduled yet. And then I want to just comment on the focus areas. And I guess my one question is, for this group, the question is, what if we do less than is spelled out in the focus areas? And I'll explain why that is. I think for the first bullet of the focus areas, assessing other monitoring programs, I was glad to hear Karen say that that's more of a council activity. That's something that would be pretty labor intensive and not, frankly, the BOG is generating the lion's share of the data for the state, so there wouldn't be a lot of bang for the buck. We're already incorporating data from the RMP in the BITE. So we're talking about smaller data sets, and we don't really have the funding to try to assess other programs. On the second bullet, we're leading by example, but not explicitly, serving as a help desk or anything for other programs. I'm going to jump to the fourth bullet, and I think the key thing there that we're doing, and actually this is through coordination with the RMP and the BITE program, is looking at CECs. And I think we have a good strategy for that, where we rely on these better funded regional programs to look at that, and then if anything bubbles up as a priority, then we can consider looking at those CECs on a statewide basis. One example of where thresholds are needed is for CECs like PFAS. We can discuss these things in the BOG. The BOG is a great forum for all of these topics, but it's really up to OEHA and the Water Board to develop thresholds. We don't try to tell them what to do. I like the idea of a comprehensive communication plan. And then I think we can certainly have the BOG talk about things to ask for from upper management. I think with the BOG, we can focus on, we're generating a lot of good information. We're kind of a mature program here with a lot of information coming out. And I think the key is, for me, the key for improvement is making sure the information is reaching the target audience in a good way, that the information is getting to the public, and the public's using our portal, either accessing the information through our portal or through OEHA. So one idea there is, I think we should try to enhance use of the website on computers, but we could literally put this information in people's hands if we made an app that was usable on smartphones. I think that could greatly increase the use of the information. And then getting more data into CDN would I think help inform decision makers more with with agency staff that can take, can make more use of the data in a more raw form. So I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Jay. Just in the interest of making sure we get to everyone, unless there's a burning question, I'm going to move on to the Safe to Swim work group. Steve. No, I know. He had a question. Sorry.
I'll try and keep it short, but Jay raised some issues here that I think are important to hit, because the whole goal today is to say, are these 5 things that we're prioritizing appropriate? And he's saying his group is a little bit different, and I think he is absolutely right. His group is a little different. I think it's a little different in at least 3 ways. One, there are a much smaller number of programs that do this kind of work. When you do a lot of these other things, you just have so many groups. So again, smaller number. 2, much more mature. I mean, obviously the stuff that Susie just talked about is way at the beginning. I think actually Jay's group is at the other extreme. And so there's less, essentially it's going to bubble up. 3, they're more involved in implementation. And so therefore, because they're more mature and because they're more involved in implementation, the thing that we have de-emphasized would be basically the pulling together the data and putting up the portal is now their biggest emphasis. I don't think any of that bothers me. And the reason it doesn't bother me is because I think it is that maturity piece. I think that the group has done a very good job of coordinating. So when you go to number 1, you've taken the biggest programs in the state, you got them all working together, you got them all using the same methodologies. So there's not a lot of work left to be done. And as you say, on that number 4 side, whether you put it in number 4, whether you put it in number 1, the fact you're adding new approaches, whether it's new CECs or whatever it is, the fact is you're coordinating among the biggest programs. And simply because the cost of doing this is so large, you're not going to get a lot of volunteer groups going out to do it. Where they do, I don't think you're antagonistic to it. It's just the need isn't as great. So the fact you've been successful doesn't mean that essentially the goals aren't achieved. I think in terms of the fact that you are working more on the data sharing piece and the data interpretation piece is merely a function of your maturity in the process. And my guess is that, the kind of question I was asking Becky before and the others is, are you prepared to come forward with asks? You probably won't have a lot of asks because you were just that mature. And so I don't think of this as a bad thing. I don't think it was different. I think it's just a reflection of what you've already achieved. Agree with that, Jay?
I do. It sounds right.
I agree with that too.
I mean, I did hear.
And each of the working groups are at different stages of maturity. I mean, I think if we had the wetlands work group here, we would have similar things to say about them. Yeah.
But I do think there was one big ask, and that is they don't have access to data, so they have to rely on the OEHA consumption advisories for communication of the information. We've had experience in some of the inland waters. It takes about 10 years to really get something put on the OEHA advisory. And so things like that will not get communicated to the public, that this particular fish may be high in mercury or high in PCBs or whatever, for quite a few years until OEHA gets around to it, unless there's some better coordination with getting that data, accessibility. So, I think there's still asks. They're very different asks from other groups because they are so mature, but I think there's still, some asks there. And as they start going into the CECs, they're not comfortable with weighing in on the thresholds. I don't know if other work groups will feel the same way.
Just a quick note, OEHA has greatly improved their turnaround time on advisories. That they're cranking them out lately. And one of the things we do within the BOG is they every year they tell us what their priority list is for the next set of advisories. So if anybody has a water body that they would like to see advice for, let me know and I can relay that to OEHA.
Okay, thanks, Jay. So now we'll move on to Safe to Swim and Karen.
Sorry, Steve, I didn't realize you had a question earlier. So
no, that's all right.
So this is Karen Black again, one of the co-chairs of the Safe to Swim work group, and so we just have a few quick updates. It probably won't take the 10 minutes that we were originally allotted. We have a new mission statement after having 2 meetings with Safe to Swim participants that wanted to help develop a charter and a mission statement. So the mission statement will help guide what information we want to put in the charter. The mission statement is to promote a swimmable California by improving stakeholder communication and ensuring data transparency and accessibility to provide meaningful information on the risks associated with fecal contamination in recreational waters. And we completed that on November 14th. So that was in 2 meetings that we developed that so far. And then Eric Burris will be sending out a doodle poll soon to have our 3rd meeting where we'll start to get into actually writing the meat of the charter. So our plan is to put together a narrative skeleton where we'll put the subsections of the charter that we want to have and kind of assign those subsections to water board staff and group participants that want to write those. So for example, I'll be writing the background of the beach water quality work groups. Alicia's going to work on the inland work group piece. Eric is also working on putting together a list of roles and responsibilities, which will help determine who is going to fill out what sections of the charter. We have also gotten heard about interest from participants saying that they want to help write the charter as well. The goal is to have this first draft charter put together before the March 7th Water Quality Monitoring Council meeting so that we can provide another update then. Mind you, our next planning meeting for the Safe to Swim Charter Group, Eric said, is going to be in February. I'm not sure if he has more detail on that. So it's going to still be a very rough draft, but we're just now kicking off the development of this charter. This work group was kind of dormant for several years. I think before July of this year, its last meeting was in 2013. Eric can correct me if I'm wrong. So we're really trying to get everything written down on paper. Like I mentioned briefly earlier, we want to clarify the difference between the Safe to Swim work group compared to the coastal beach groups and the inland group. We also want to make the portal more of a one-stop shop as far as data and messaging so that we can make our message more consistent across the state. Some of the coastal participants in my beach groups have mentioned that if we could have kind of canned statements or PowerPoint slides that they can use when they have outreach meetings so that we have a consistent message across the state as far as what does a posting or a closure mean, or what does the data mean for bacteria data. That would just make our message stronger overall. So we will be working on that in the future. And another purpose of the umbrella Safe to Swim work group is to fill in water quality data gaps, to share the information and technology between all group participants so that we don't have inland folks or North Coast coastal beach groups that aren't able to attend. Say we have meetings at Scorp in Southern California every quarter, so we can get everybody together through webinar and in the same room so we can all cross-pollinate all of the different technologies and data that's out there. And then Alicia will take over for a second.
Okay, really quickly. So the Inland Beaches group was formed about 3 years ago, kind of during the hiatus of the larger Safe to Swim group. And I want to emphasize that it's really just been swamp staff and some other water board staff with the main goal of getting our data onto the portal, which just happened yesterday, which is really exciting. And one of our idea always was that once that happened is then to kind of open it up larger. So it's great timing, both with the new formation of the larger Safe to Swim group, which will be a great opportunity to kind of talk with everyone statewide and kind of decide whether we need an inland beaches work group or a subcommittee or how it should be organized and what our goals are. And I think being able to see where all the data is and advantages of one of the advantages of getting your data into CDN. It's a good opportunity to do some outreach. Some of the other things that we worked on in the inland group was we do have a draft microbial sample collection, SOP, that's on the work group webpage and is being reviewed by Swamp IQ. I did make a note that I think I should talk to Susie and the molecular group and make sure that what we put in there is consistent with what they're working on. I don't really want to volunteer for more work groups right now, but there's a lot of them. I'm trying to think of other things. I know data management is going to be a big thing, and there's a lot going on, both planned upgrades to CDN, the AB 1755, all of that stuff. So it'll be really interesting the next few years to see how that works out. So having this data up, this is all of the data from CDN and Beachwatch. It's fantastic, but I think you can all see, so all the blue dots are data, all that data is older than a year. So one of the big challenges is getting data out in a timely manner and thinking about ways that we might be able to do that. So I know my region, Central Valley Water Board, has been working on that locally. I know there's other efforts, but how could we do that in a broader way, make things useful?
I just wanted to make a note, just the inland blue dots, because they're all blue,
Yeah.
just the inland dots are the old ones. The coastal ones, since those are still required, are at the oldest 1 week old, depending on when the map refreshes. Those are current. So I guess, again, we can use the Safe to Swim work group to make those things consistent. I just wanted to side note.
Yeah. But it was, because we don't want to go creating more databases than we need, but thinking about what our data needs are.
This is the new Safe to Swim map. Michelle Tang was the architect of it. She's here in the room. It's in beta version and up right now. We are hoping to get some feedback on how the map works. It's a good point about the age of the data. We still don't have an established connection between Beachwatch and CDN, but once that happens, we hope to get more green and yellow dots. Another constraint is we're connecting to the Resource Agency Open Data Platform for other data points, and that only gets refreshed every 30 days, so we're maybe finding a way to get that refreshed in a quicker fashion. We did incorporate the new bacteria standards, both the statistical threshold value in blue and the geometric mean value in yellow, and you can toggle the geomean on or off to see, where you're exceeding. If you're above a certain line, then you're above standard set for that location. You can also toggle between the fecal indicator type. Total has no longer has a threshold or standard, so there's nothing there, but there is the historical samples there. If you were on a coastal site, you'd still have all three, or at least no fecal, but total and enterococcus instead of E. coli. But similarly has the standards in place. There's also a question about how we calculate the geometric mean. Do we use the standard that's outlined in the provisions for assessment, which is we want a statistical sufficient amount of samples, which is generally 5 or more in a 6-week period, or do you want to shorten that to something like 2 weeks, as what we used here is 2 weeks, because it kind of give you a quicker picture of what's currently happening. So we're all open to feedback on how that's displayed, and we're going to kind of talk about that in a larger work group setting as well. But we're striving to provide more up-to-date information and a more comprehensive look at the bacteria statewide. So it's been a long time coming, so we want to thank Michelle and the Inland Beaches group for putting this together on side time. So it looks great. Also the portal itself, we've just kind of added it. So it looks similar to, we still have the coastal information map here, but if you want to see the entire state, it's located here. So if you guys had a chance to poke around and provide feedback, we'd appreciate it. But thanks, Michelle.
Great job. Yes. How to add...
Oh, he's still here.
Go ahead, Steve.
So this one is, and honestly the last one too, are good examples of ones that are relatively mature. On the freshwater side, a little less mature, but on the marine side, clearly mature enough that everybody's doing methods in the same way, intercalibration exercises, data all going to the same place. One of the challenges we identified earlier today, one of the goals, is the 70-55 connection. It seems like one of these last two, and I would actually nominate this one, might be the right kind of case study to look at what is the intersection between the council and 70-55, because I think we've solved a lot of the data quality types of issues, and we're really now moving much more into the data gathering and data export. And what is the council's and the work group's roles versus what's the 70-55 team role? This seems like a great case study. I'd love to see us agendize and maybe spend 2 hours, at a future meeting on using this as a case study to better define roles.
I can speak to that a little bit. You're right. This is one of those topics that intersects at least the two main agencies involved with 70-55 and the council. We actually had a similar conversation recently about the topic of mercury data as a result of an ask to try to pull together mercury data. So we actually tested whether the two different portals that are federated, but they're two different portals, whether you could search for the word mercury and pull up the mercury data on each. And it resulted in really interesting conversations amongst our team about how we maybe need to name resources differently, tagging, metadata description, and stuff like that. It just so happens that it was mercury, but it could have easily just been microbiology or fecal indicator bacteria or something like that. So I think they do have a term that they use called use cases in their conversations. And I think we could propose a use case that does a bit of that exploring. It's more than the 70-55 council intersection. It's really about also data sources. And that goes into water data library versus Seedon versus wherever all these other animals are living, so to speak. So, but at the end of the day, what matters to the public is when I look at my mercury map or my safe to swim map, am I getting the latest, the greatest, the best informed, accurate data that I can get in California? So I think it's a great suggestion to do that. I would just make sure it's framed in a way that's not purely about the two council consortium or statutes, but also the sources of the data, because that's really where it matters. Agreed.
Any other comments or questions for the Safe to Swim group?
Hi.
Go ahead.
Hi. Thank you so much for the opportunity to raise a voice regarding Safe Swim group. Here, question from the public: how to add a location or how to submit any proposal to review existing swimming activities in the San Francisco Bay Area and promoting a healthy lifestyle by others who are around. Thank you.
So there are conversations amongst the open data team as well as this sort of Safe to Swim team of maybe integrating data sets like Stadia. Is that the one that we talked about? Or anyway, it's one of those ones that monitors people's activities on Fitbit and things like that. And you can actually start to parse out people on water, people on land, what kind of activities they might have been doing. And it gets a little tricky when you start asking people to tell your favorite swimming hole in the Yuba River. They may not want to share that, for example. But there is a great way to sort of have a conversation about not only where are we sampling, but hey, where are people actually using that recreational use too? So there is a group that's having that conversation. So good point. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
Excuse me. One more clarification. This is Nazar again from OLS IEIO, and how regarding again swimming group that even currently we are on the mywaterquality.ca.gov safe to swim interactive map, and again the question rising, the same question: how public can add participants, but this has to be safe, so everyone takes his own risk, but how to maintain area for for healthy and for safety of swimmers. So who can receive those inquiries? Who can receive those recommendations for particular sites in California? We're talking right now in San Mateo County. Who can assist public to promote healthy, safety interaction with the water? Because water is not only to drinking water; it's also water to charge by healthy bodies. So if a young generation would like to be more healthier, it's not only to drink quality water. It's very good. Group is to see the quality of all swimming areas is keeping clean and keeping safe, that public can come closer and feeling safe. Because I'm a founder of this agency, and I'm swimming every other day, and I feel and I share to everyone that this is safe and this is very needed to promote and to for the educational also.
So let me interrupt you. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think what I heard you ask is, where do you get information about whether it's safe to swim and what activities are being done to keep a beach clean? And I would suggest, and I think on the Safe to Swim portal, there's some contact information for the county health departments as well as Department of Public Health. So you can go on our portal website and get information about who to contact for a particular beach in a county in the state.
Yes, thanks. This, again, recommendations that currently been on this portal, Safe to Swim map. And the question is still arising, is the same question. Is it any opportunities that public can see this map and interact or submit or even contact? Even right now here it says, I found it as the area where I interact personally. It says kiteboard beach, San Mateo. So it says some also statistics, but it doesn't give opportunity to public engage right away in the first place.
Okay, so are you asking to submit data? I'm confused as to what you mean by interacting with the public.
Even any, excuse me to interrupt, even any simple way how public can contact someone, or even from this page right now, this is a feedback of a public to seeing current active portal of Safe to Swim map, and it says only about and only says little information, but it doesn't give more information to the public how to engage right away.
So I don't know if you're on the Skype webinar, but Nick just had up the contact information for the San Mateo County Health Department and the beach advisory contact. So offline, I suggest that if you need assistance with navigating the website, we're happy to do that, but we're going to move on now. So the next work group is the Healthy Watersheds, and that's Allie, who's, how many work groups are you on? Do you get the gold star? Yeah. Well, no, I noticed you on Susie's thing too, and yeah.
Okay, so I'm on too many probably, but partly because Healthy Watersheds Partnership is kind of connecting all those things, so I want to know what's going on with everything. So just a quick kind of snapshot. You can go to the next one. I think everyone's familiar with this effort and working group. It's been around since 2010. This slide is just kind of capturing where it came from and where it is now. So it took a brief hiatus, but it's back with a vengeance, reinvigorated. Back in 2010, Swamp took the lead to form this working group. This portal was created, which at the time I thought was so awesome when I started here. I'm like, oh my God, but I think it could use some revamping now. But it was part of this group isn't just to look at impairments, but also how our watersheds are doing and their health, right? So connecting with our ecosystems and our watersheds. So that was kind of the birth of this working group. Over time in 2013, and all of this predates me, but I was still somewhat involved on the periphery. In 2013, with the EPA and some grant funding with, I think it was the Healthy Watersheds Initiative, an integrated assessment was done, and this was just a statewide assessment looking at vulnerability in watershed conditions. One of the first attempts, I think, statewide of taking several data sets, integrating them and rolling them up into several indices. Karen, you worked on that, I believe. In that same time frame, a draft business plan charter and a couple grant applications were put through. I think they're still draft, not approved, and those grant applications we didn't get any funding for that. And at that same time, Healthy Streams Partnership evolved into Healthy Watersheds Partnership. It's not to say that work hasn't been done since then. There are a lot of partnerships that have been identified. I think, again, this is common amongst all the working groups for the most part. It's been done with staff's extra time, so I don't think there's a dedicated staff person to keep the momentum going. But that's changing. So, go back one more. So this last kind of piece is just showing since 2015 and since this California integrated assessment, there's been a lot of work that's been done. There's new methodologies, there's new data, there's new tools, there's new integrations of all these data sets, including work that's been done at SCORP with the constrained channels and looking at biological conditions and channel morphology, the work with Nature Conservancy. And so everyone's pretty excited about all those efforts, and we want to reconvene and do up this integrated assessment again and make it more of a living kind of document, have the portal be a place where you can go and staff could conduct these assessments, and not just have the report put on a shelf and then we forget about it. Okay, now you can go to the next one. Thanks, Nick. So this slide is just getting at where we plan to go from here, tentatively. And then I highlighted some areas of where we could potentially use some help from the council. So like I mentioned, this is a watershed management effort. Like everybody, this takes a huge amount of coordination to integrate data sets. And so while we've identified partnerships, particularly at Fish and Wildlife with Pete Odie, he's been a huge champion of this work, but he's not as connected, say, with the Fish and Wildlife Biogeographic Data Branch. So just kind of at that level, trying to connect the dots within agencies, I think we could use some help at that council level. And same goes with DWR. You may be going, but I know you guys will stay connected. But same thing, there's the Biodiversity Council. So making those connections at that level and saying that this is important for the water boards, it's important for DWR, it's important for Fish and Wildlife. Just having that support, I think, would go a long way. We want to develop some more tools, or just make those tools that have been developed available, improving accessibility to watershed data. Again, this gets at AB 1755 stuff, so we'll still be working together. And with all of these new methodologies, we're looking to update that existing framework. So I think the easy one at this point will be working with Jeanette and pulling in the freshwater conservation blueprint work. And then our next step is going to be working with, we have a meeting coming up January 16th of next year. And so pulling in kind of at the regional level to produce some of these demonstration projects, so that we can use that and create incentive to say, look, this is a really useful tool. You can prioritize planning and see where, areas of conservation may be, where we do have data, where we don't have data. So SWAMP could maybe prioritize those areas to monitor, making it something that's tangible and important for folks to use. And we have plans to keep this momentum going. I'm dedicated to this. I think the group that's on board is all very excited, and we'll keep it going. I think you got one more, Nick, and then I'm done. And so this, Lori Weber created that, actually, because it is all connected. And I think this group is an important way. Like, we've talked a lot about how the portals could connect, having the landing page pull everything together. The Healthy Watersheds Partnership, I think, through time, as it does build up, could be that kind of center portal piece, and then pointing out to HABS, which would have its own home, but just as a way for the public to see those important connections and connect with their watersheds, which gets at the public's comments earlier too, I think. And that's kind of all I got there. I don't know if you guys have feedback for Healthy Watersheds Partnership. You are welcome. All right.
I am a shed head. I have a T-shirt, I think, at home. No, I just wanted to make a comment. This working group is one that I think does a few things. One is that it does cross all boundaries and crosses all of the other working groups. And so, I was whispering to Greg over here that we need to update some of our outcome measures as a result of the data that's been pulled together for this. I think it's just huge. I'm really pleased that you guys are reconvening the group and reinvigorating with the new work that's been done. And I think it only supports some of the efforts that we're doing at the Water Board, as well as just, like I said, integrating across the working group. So more to come on it, I know. And I think you guys, among all of them, will probably have more asks for us in terms of coordination and data standardization, depending on what direction you go than any. So
a quick, obvious point to the opportunity to intersect with AB 1755 is the CalMaine, quote unquote, project.
Right. Yes.
And it's as crazy as it is to sort of like talk about an IT project development in this context, it does create an opportunity for conversations because of the people around the table and the level of commitment that I've seen at that project level. So as you know, that's being pushed sort of by the forestry and their watershed team. I forget, they've been at one of these prior meetings, but they're awesome and they're super supportive, bringing energy and a real purpose for it needing a watershed assessment framework. So I'm committed to helping turn it into performance outcomes on the Water Board's page. But it's certainly going to be one of those things that scales up, scales down, and gets involved in all sorts of conversations outside of this room. So let the council know how they can help engage and referee is probably a better way to put it.
Okay. And that was one thing I forgot to mention too, is the Ecological Performance Measures Working Group under AB 1492. I think that's what you're talking about. So they, Loretta Moreno, who was at the last meeting, she's part of the team now too, and it's same. You look at what they're doing, it's just a forestry context, but it goes within, I mean, you could apply it to urban and ag and other uses too. So another partnership and potential funding, so that helps.
Well, and you definitely have a huge, because it is so integrative.
Yeah.
And I'm actually very excited to hear you say how integrated it is, because that's always been something I've struggled with. Is like, how could you ever call a stream healthy if you've got a consumption advisory? Just because everything else looks good. But I'm glad to think that to hear that you guys are thinking holistically, and HABs and everything else are going to play a role. So good luck, but it's a Herculean task.
It is, I know.
Yeah. All right, so moving on, we've got about 20 minutes more of updates, so let's keep on track. The collaboration network, are you still on, Eric?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Well, I've been facilitating the network and hosting webinars since 2009. So we have good background. If you have any questions, just shoot away. Next slide. This year we wrapped up the Swimmable California webinar series. Still get good feedback on this. We had 8 different webinars going from policies and programs all the way to nowcasting. Anything that somebody needs. I think this really helped us in revigorating some interest in the Safe to Swim work group as well. And perhaps in another year or two, we'll come up with another webinar series supporting Swimmable California again. Next. Currently, we're wrapping up a webinar series on technology advancements for water quality monitors. At the end of December, I think on the 19th, our webinar will be the use of eDNA methodology as a survey tool for cryptic or endangered aquatic organisms. So we had 4 separate webinars in this series. Feedback I've gotten on the webinars that were presented is that folks throughout the United States are talking with the presenters to develop additional stories. And so the stories that were presented in some of these presentations are going to reach a national audience. Next. So one of the other things that we've been able to do is assist with meetings. And so some of the meetings that are being held with the Safe to Swim work group, we've been able to record, edit, and then put the presentation material online. So folks are able to see the entire meeting, or they can just go and not skim through, but actually have a separate video for the presentations that were being given. So we hope to continue to work with some of the work groups and have this feature available for folks. Next. Okay. Little background. Although we've been hosting and presenting webinars since 2009 and putting them on YouTube, YouTube is only giving us statistics for either the last 365 days, as reaching back, or we can go all the way to 2013. We're not able to get the entire history of views. But within the last year, we've had 4,000 views of our videos. Top countries that are accessing the videos, United States, South Korea, and India. Historically, going back to 2013, we're seeing around 103,000 views. So we have greater than that in our history. But what's interesting is taking a look at the country's watch time. U.S. still dominates, but we've had viewers from Ethiopia, Canada, Germany, and India that are benefiting from our webinar content as well. In the future, we're looking at presentations on the topics such as trash, fire, new emerging methodologies, and upcoming web tools and resources, and pursuing collaborations with the National Water Quality Monitoring Council, as well as some of our own working groups. That's all I have to report today.
Thank you, Eric. Any questions?
Good job, Eric.
Yeah, you're a one-man show. You do like way more than the rest of us with one hand tied behind your back. So I say you're busier than a one-armed wallpaper hanger. So. All right, thank you. So we'll move on then to the data management work group. We already heard earlier from Tony Hale on sort of the fact that this work group, as was the collaboration network, a little different than the other work groups. But Tony, are you still on the line?
I am here, yes.
Great, take over.
So Nick, did you receive the, yes, I see you did, thank you. So I'll be very quick because I know that we still have other updates coming and other work to do, and I'll try not to be redundant to what I said before. I'm going to skip a couple things, but I just wanted to highlight that one of the most recent contributions we made is to work with the data utilization work group of the Iteration to the Ecological Program to instill this data management plan within their protocols, and I think they've pointed to that as a very big success. And so we had separate engagements, and we've continued to maintain communication with the DUG, with the overall objective being to spread the love of data management plans even further than the IEP. And it's already been happening. I know Greg can speak to the Water Board's embrace of data management plans. And we know that elsewhere it's also happening, and so it's not that we've been the sole proponent of them, but I think we have been an influencer on that. We've also been, I think, looking over the horizon. Some things that are taking hold would be digital object identifiers. That's kind of an arcane concept, but really what it speaks to is you can think of digital object identifiers as social security numbers for data. And as data are moving around among all of these portals, among all of these different repositories and new open data portals, one concern we expressed and we've shared with the Water Quality Monitoring Council in the past is the idea that data might be kind of unmoored from their origins and their guidance and metadata and all of the things that kind of lend credibility to data. And so having those object identifiers are, I think, key to ensure the integrity, authority of the data as they move around in new ways. And so that's something that we're really pushing very strongly for. Can we jump to the next slide, please? So we've also more recently, you heard from Helen Fitanides recently, earlier in the meeting about the survey that they put together for different agencies and non-agencies that seek to have their data put out into different repositories. And I think we had a very productive kickoff meeting where we brought a number of people together to talk about the survey. And it's great to see that Helen and Eric and Beth Chrisman and others have taken that and really run with it to produce something that looks great. We've also heard from different people representing the CNRA portal, the Data Federation pilot project led by US EPA, and we've tried to facilitate those really important communications and also produce a draft of an open data handbook. Can we skip to the next slide, please? So among the next steps, I mentioned before that we really want to see data management plans mature. We're seeing the first iteration of data management plans and the guidance associated with them. I think that those guidelines and some of the templates can improve. And we're learning from the work of the data utilization work group in their development of data management plans, and we'd like to help to facilitate that among different agencies, because the more that those things are aligned, the better off everyone is. So we'd like to ensure that. We need to rework our charter, so I do welcome the opportunity to talk more about the kind of overall strategic purpose of the data management work group. We've been kind of working on the charter revision for a while. It'd be great to make more progress on that. And then I think there is a place for the work of the data management work group, as we talked about before, strategically to help facilitate greater data sharing among agencies. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so among the things that we would anticipate happening with the Natural Resources Agency departing from the Water Quality Monitoring Council is also the effect of having a loss of a co-chair, which is currently provided by DWR. So I think there are kind of trickle-down effects of some of the discussions that we held today. Our steering committee should probably be formally dissolved. I think it's been superseded by some other efforts happening with AB 1755, and we've already talked about that, but it'd be good to make that formal. And I think there will be, at least in the near term, a reduction in interagency communication about some of the materials that we work on, but I think those can be overcome. Next slide, please. So our needs really could focus on an additional co-chair. Unlike Eric Burris, I'm not able to be as productive in kind of carrying things forward. So it would be great to have that support from a co-chair to kind of keep the ball rolling, as well as having some funding support. As Jay mentioned in his briefing, you know, we're on soft money, and so having support for the work we do is critical. We do have some support for what we're doing through the data management work group, but not very much at all, just kind of bare minimum. So that's my update.
Thank you, Tony. Go ahead, Greg.
I was just going to mention that I think you're referring to the technical working group that the partner agency team is trying to form over on the 7255 governance world.
That is correct.
Yeah. So I'm in full support of dissolving the steering committee, just because I was never quite sure what the role of that was when there's a council that could steer the working group. So, and it's one less meeting of sort of the same people that go and talk about the same sort of things. So, but I do think it would be helpful to figure out what is the reporting relationship. And
Like, in other words, do work groups report to each other on things like the fact that data management is a universal kind of a service-oriented or function that crosses over multiple work groups? So exploring how to do that without having a steering committee or, you know, whatever would be helpful, I think.
Okay, any other comments or questions about the data management work group? I think earlier, and maybe we'll go through action items in a little bit, but I think the suggestion was that we have a agenda item on a future council meeting agenda for discussing the direction to the data management working group. All right, so second to last, Chris Jones on estuary monitoring work group.
Thank you, Karen. So I'm here today presenting for the estuary work group, or the estuary monitoring work group. The chair for that work group couldn't attend today because she had a training session that she had to go to. But so you can get the next slide. So this is one of the work groups that has had a lot of opportunities to connect with the council in the past year and a half or so as it was ramping up to launch its new updated portal. And so there had been different opportunities where the work group had connected with the council to share its updates and progress and kind of get feedback for the kind of shift in focus and direction that the portal was taking. That has been the focus for the work group for the past few years or couple of years or so. And that's something that you know, the work group is really working to try to develop online data access and visualization tools, trying to come up with approaches to turn data into information and to, you know, be able to develop this new portal to be able to address that. Developing a framework that would hopefully be expandable for as they reach out to other estuaries to be able to feed into these efforts. And so that was the effort that the work group was really focused on. You know, prior to that, they were working in partnership with the SWP, San Francisco Estuary Partnership, for the State of the Estuary report and developing some of the metrics for that and some of the reporting. But as I mentioned, the portal has really been the focus of the work group more recently. And so we currently, the work group has experienced some leadership challenges. At the moment, we had about a year where I was kind of serving as the lead for the work group and all of its subcommittees. And more recently, in the earlier part of this year, we elected a new chair for the work group, Sarah Lesmeister from DWR. She recently got promoted during the earlier part of this year, and so it's been a challenge for her to be able to really be able to serve in the full capacity that she has wanted to. And so tomorrow we actually have a meeting. Shakura Azimi Gaylon has kindly offered, she's also one of the co-chairs for the wetland monitoring work group. She's kindly offered to be able to help bridge kind of the time so that we can start as a kind of co-chair or lead for the group for the time being as we are trying to find replacement leadership. And so we're going to be doing a brainstorming tomorrow to be able to think of our next steps and path forward, not just for leadership and trying to identify, you know, potential options for that moving forward, but then also touching upon the things that we're talking about today about the direction of the council and the 5 focus areas and some opportunities moving forward. I think some of the things that we've been talking about are present some opportunities. So, for example, there may be ways that coordination with some of the other work groups, maybe the Healthy Watershed may be a good bridge. That's one of the struggles that the work group has really had is how do they branch out from the San Francisco Bay Delta estuary where they're currently focused and kind of bring in some of the other estuaries statewide. And so maybe efforts like the Healthy Watersheds may be kind of a connection to touch upon some of the things like methods consistency and data comparability and some of those questions. So there may be some opportunities there. And so I think the work group is going to be grappling with those and how they can, you know, what their reason to be would be and how they can move forward as a work group. But it's currently, I think, struggling just to what its next steps might be. And so I think that's what we're hoping to try to address tomorrow in our brainstorming session, and then hopefully we'll have more news to share once we kind of get that started. So, but yeah, I think the next steps, we're really hoping to identify new leadership. We're hoping to try to follow a similar model if we can kind of get the folks engaged to some of the other work groups where we have chairs from various organizations, whether it's state and federal and maybe a nonprofit, but then also, once we get the leadership, start doing those strategic planning discussions to kind of figure out what are our purpose and goals for the group, and then kind of seek out those kind of opportunities. So
I'm curious to what degree the topics of data quality and comparability and new methods comes up in the working group. Are you guys still more at the, obviously you just launched your portal, so those discussions may be ripe to happen soon, but what's your take on that?
Yeah, so some of the stuff, the questions that, because the work group is really focused on the San Francisco Bay Delta estuary, there are already existing groups that are kind of seeking out some of those kind of questions. So for example, the Interagency Ecological Program has a data utilization work group kind of that's trying to grapple with those kind of questions. The regional monitoring programs also are kind of having, issues with data and how they manage them. And so I think that's where the work group has struggled a bit, is just that there's a lot of coordination that is going on in the San Francisco Bay Delta estuary where it's currently focusing. But thinking more statewide, there may be some of those opportunities that are kind of more from a holistic view that might be important. But I think that's where the work group has kind of struggled, is that the membership is currently really central focused in the Bay Delta, but where there are already some other groups that are kind of pursuing those goals. And so I think that's one of the things that they're going to have to grapple with, is maybe thinking more statewide, how we can kind of accomplish bringing in folks from other estuaries, and to be able to pursue some of these goals that are in line with the top 5. And so that's what we're going to be trying to brainstorm tomorrow, to kind of figure out how we could do that.
Yeah, and I'll just add, I think that you guys are similar to the Healthy Watersheds work group in that you've got a wide range of data sets, a wide range of topic areas that, it's not just about bacteria and, is it safe for human health?
Sure.
There's a variety, so it's more of a challenge.
Yeah, and there may be, some of the things that the group, so, as Ali was talking about the Healthy Watersheds Partnership, that, some of the things that work group are no doubt going to be pursuing could be things that could bring in the estuaries and, be able to make that connection, to be that opportunity to be able to have a reason for the other estuaries to interact with one another. And so there may be some opportunities there that maybe through the work group coordination, could be an opportunity. That's kind of what we were trying to see with the work group coordination effort, that subcommittee, not the subcommittee of the subcommittee, but that effort is to just try to make some of those connections, because we are starting to see some of those opportunities come up as the work groups move further along.
Some of the low-hanging fruit that I see in terms of, reaching out, because probably nobody in the state's doing what San Francisco Bay and the Delta are doing. It's amazing. But, and I was kind of surprised when this came out that I didn't see it on there, but it's the sediment quality objectives, right? It's a, you've got your in-fauna, you got your toxicity, you got your chemistry, and then you also have the integrated 3. And the state's adopted these data I can't believe they're not already in seeding. It's representative statewide. Maybe you've got 2, 3, maybe 5 years, depending upon the region of data, but it would seem like it'd be a real easy place to start. Now we've got a metric that's used statewide in estuaries and can be compared across, and so even though nobody's doing what they're doing in the San Francisco Bay, they can see, how does my sediment quality compare, and I don't know, it just seems to me that might be
an opportunity for sure.
Yeah, and I have to believe that data would be in seeding. It's usually through regional monitoring programs that we're generating it. I know the data we generate in our small, estuary goes into seeding. I would think most of it is. Swamp is definitely all in seeding. So
there's a lot of it in there. And I was going to suggest something similar, to focus rather just on estuary monitoring in general, focus on a specific type of monitoring. My thought went to nutrients, which I know is coming down the pipe. Focusing on statewide nutrient measurements in estuaries is something that I know is coming. So, maybe focusing it on a specific type of monitoring rather than estuaries, it would be a way to attack smaller questions on a larger scale.
Yeah, and that's something that occurred to me as the environmental flows group was talking, sharing earlier and providing their update was that, it seems like some of our work groups that have had the most success are ones that are like really focused on particular types of questions or things that are issues that they can really circle around and bring people together to try to address those issues. And sometimes I can see, just as a general observation for the work groups, is that when they're the more vague kind of themes, that it's a little bit harder to come up with those kind of focused questions to really bring people together to be able to focus on. And so that's, I think, one of the other things, like you point out, Nick, is that I think that was been a challenge for the estuary work group, is they don't have that really focused question, and so it's harder to get people to come together sometimes.
Statewide, you're just going to have to, I think you're just going to pick what's there, like whether it's the CSCI for the freshwater system, even though, the CSCI isn't the be-all, end-all. SQOs is not the be-all, end-all. It's just, it's where you start because it's what's there. It's where you can start. Then I agree. I think, maybe bringing in some of the nutrient when the biostim gets into the estuary, that might be another good spot to, and build on it. It's not the be-all, end-all, but it's the start.
Sure.
Okay, so I'm going to round out the discussion with a quick.
Hi.
We're going to move on to the drinking water working group. So just so that we can stay on time. We can hear you, but we're moving on, and we're getting close to the end of the meeting, so we need to get our topics in. So the last item is the Safe Drinking Water Work Group, and I would say that we don't really have a formal work group formed yet. And we've got Betsy Lichty in the room. I'm gonna turn to her to keep me correct if I say something out of turn. But I would say that this effort has largely been a collaboration between Division of Drinking Water and Division of Water Quality, sort of more as an ad hoc and less of a working group. So I would say that there is a need for a multi-stakeholder working group moving forward. The efforts to date have been obviously just even bringing over the Division of Drinking Water and all of their data and figuring out how to integrate it with our data sets, and all of that has been a huge effort, and I know Betsy can appreciate that. She's in charge of their data. So.
That group has been for a long time.
The early efforts that Division of Drinking Water did when they first came over was to create, in partnership with OEHA, the Human Right to Water portal, and I know we've had a presentation here from Wendy Kilu on that portal, and I think that that's a fine corollary to the kinds of things that we would want to be presenting as a working group. There's a couple of things that CWQ has either done or are leading. One is it's been available for a number of years now. There's a map that you can find out if a well in your area has nitrate contamination. And we're preparing a similar map for 123 TCP, for which we now have an MCL for. And so those maps will be available, and they're being developed by our Gamma program and our GeoTracker folks. And then there's a broader effort, I think, that can be viewed as an umbrella that may ultimately result in the formation of our working group, and that's still under discussion. And I'll actually step back in a minute and talk about some of the discussions we're having internally, is the source water protection effort. And the initial initiative is to just focus on the data and bringing the data together in a way that serves the needs of the Division of Drinking Water, but also makes data transparent and available to the public. So stepping back, where I should have started was that I have had conversations with Darren Polhemus, who is the Division of Drinking Water's Deputy Director. He had intended to come to the meeting today and had another conflict that precluded it. So he's hoping to attend our March 7th meeting. We will have a designee. It may be Betsy, to her great dismay, I don't know, but we'll have a drinking water designee, and I think from there we can more fully integrate and figure out how best to form a drinking water work group that isn't duplicative of what much of the work that Division of Drinking Water has been doing, or even our groundwater ambient monitoring program has a public forum that could be a venue for such a work group, or at least some of the people that participate in it. So work is happening. Things are being pulled together more as an ad hoc. I think we need to organize ourselves better. So that's the drinking water work group. And in terms of the questions and the focus areas, I think, if anything, the drinking water data has a great need for data quality and data comparability, and I think that given the opportunity to ask for stuff, they'll have quite the laundry list for the council.
There's recently the Drinking Water Challenge. I mean, that could be a good resource to build off of. If this is really going to be a work group again, that could be a great way to leverage.
And on top of that, there's conversations about performance measures and new ways to evaluate the program on our annual performance report card that we just released yesterday at the Water Board. So those might be informative.
And I'll say the communication that I get to the general SB 1070 coordinator email address is 99% drinking water related. Is it safe to drink water from my tap? I'm getting this report. It's all about, so they're getting to that page and getting that email address because they're probably typing into Google, is it safe to drink my water? And it's going to our website. So even if it's just updated version to point people where to go, whether that's Gamma, whether that's right to water, it's a need in some capacity.
I wonder if we can route the harmful algal bloom questions about people's water pitchers also to that.
We
get a lot of those.
Yeah. All right, so to wrap up this item, I first want to thank all of the work group members for your participation and your engagement and pulling together your presentations, and it's been valuable. I think really the success of the council's efforts and all of the stone soup making has really happened at the work group level. So thank you for all of your efforts. Thank you for those of you who have recently stepped up into leadership roles in the working groups. That's always valuable to have new faces and new ideas and new, hey, why are we doing it this way questions. So thank you very much. I think next step for this is, I think I heard a couple of things from the discussion. The first one I already mentioned, which is having an item on a future monitoring council agenda to talk about the charter and charge for the data management work group. I also heard, and we've discussed before, the need for a meeting that's focused on the work group's asks, and possibly what the action item is for the work groups to go back to their next meetings or future meeting to have that discussion. What are the kinds of things you would need to do in order to come up with the list of asks? Are you at the ready? Do you already have them? Are there some analysis that have to be done in order to come up with that list? And then for the council to agendize that discussion. I think my preference would be for maybe the June meeting to have the discussion at the council level with an eye toward using that as a tool to communicate to the new administration on the needs of the working groups and coordination of monitoring and anything else that
very
coordination
important
with AB 1755 comes up
do not
in
exist.
The interim as well.
Exist
So,
four major points.
Were there other items that I missed as a
new light,
part of the
equal
discussion?
light, and highlight?
Well, as far as an agenda, I think there was an agenda
Re-educate
item
yourself.
too, probably, and it was from Steve. I'm dealing with the safe to swim.
As a
The
pilot
action item is
use
2 hours, I heard him
say.
say.
Well, yeah, he said a 2 hour, but I think we could probably do a 1 hour.
Alicia
maybe.
almost fell out of her chair. It's like 2 hours, I got work to do.
I was about to explore safe to swim as a use case or a way to define and explore the roles with AB 1755, which may or may not be the right thing to use it for, but
so let's put that as a follow-up item, and those of you who are very engaged with AB 1755, maybe work with Karen and Alicia to come up with both how we would frame that discussion and, the timing of it. Good. Great. My microphone's about to die, so that means the meeting's really almost over.
I have several other action items, but I'll send that out.
Well, the other one that I noted from our earlier discussion of the leadership and the council is for Greg and I to work together to develop a charter for an interim or long-term operations of the council and how we're gonna function. Okay, so the next item is our dates. I looked at my calendar, and all of these dates are on hold on my calendar already. So thank you, Nick. So I don't know if anyone has had an opportunity to look at these dates to see if they work for your calendars. But I didn't see any major conflicts in terms of other, JPA meetings or big conferences or anything that landed on my calendar. But that doesn't mean that there aren't conflicts. So, does anyone have big conflicts that you are aware of at this point? So let's solidify those dates as our meeting dates for next year. 2019 is right around the corner, amazingly enough. All right, so then the last item on our agenda is to talk about the agenda for the next council meeting, which is scheduled for March 7th. We've got some items here, the Monitoring Council Strategic Planning. I'm hoping to announce a couple of new members, or actually 4 new members, 2 appointed alternates and 2 new members of the council, hopefully. And possibly a 5th, yes, that would be great. A report out by the Communications Subcommittee, the 2019 Council Work Plan Development, and the possible trash monitoring work group. A discussion of that. I think that I would add to that this discussion of the data management work group as another item for March potentially. Are there other items that folks, another one that sort of fell off, we had such an excellent productive discussion of the ocean monitoring coordination, I want to say back in May, and since then the champion has gotten a new job, and so that's always what happens, right? The champion leaves and it falls off the radar. So yeah, I'm wondering.
I wonder if we could revive that sort of conversation with the trash focus and bring in the litter strategy that Ocean Protection Council is working on, the legislative mandates, and then the data hackathon.
And the microplastics.
And the microplastics and the monitoring work group.
Yeah, that was my hope. That was my foothold with the Ocean Protection Council, was the trash.
Yeah. So we
could start with an ocean introduction to
now
update,
important update.
Strategy that I
important. This group not belongs to this. This group not belongs to trash. It goes to the wildlife because trash is not affecting water. Trash only affecting wildlife. This group needs to be moved to different section. This trash monitoring group does not belong to this.
As in method development, those kinds of things. I mean, maybe you and I can talk.
I know
right. Wildlife.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of movement. So that's a good one.
Quality.
That's a good one. Yeah.
It's to clean away water can go back in the source. It means
really. Okay.
Storm water monitoring group.
So can I just clarify regarding the membership? So my membership is one that would be additional to the 4 that you're referencing. But we had discussed the potential for, as the board and other council members talk about the future of the board, that idea of having an AB 1755 representative. So I don't know, I mean, we can talk about timing, but I would imagine for the next meeting that maybe in line with where that charter might go, that also might be something that is incorporated. And I don't know if we want to be ahead of that or not. I would, however, just in thinking about the kinds of issues and topics, it would be valuable to see if we can get that going. So you and I could maybe connect offline, but I wanted to make sure I expressed that interest.
Yeah, I agree. I think that would be good. Other items? Seeing none, hearing none, thank you. This has been a good meeting. I appreciate all of the effort, and happy holidays, everyone. Hope you enjoy and everyone's safe, and we'll see you in 2019.